that work? Does that work? Oops. Okay. Let's see if this works. La la. Come on, come on, come on. Bow, 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 bow. What up? Dominic, quick. Not even 40 seconds. How you doing? How are ya? Oh, let me set up. I'm still setting up my stream. Oh, wrong thing. Boom, boom, top, live, pin. Oh, I already pinned. Okay. Brown, brown, brown. Field day. What'd you do? What'd you do? Boom, top, 1. Let's see, it's 7, let's say 10 o'clock. What'd you do for field day? Okay, hold on, I gotta set up my... There we go. Bam, bam. Field day. Start goal. Live chat. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Tug of war. About house. Sponge race and egg race and more. I remember those days. I used to be really good. Well, I don't know about egg race. What we used to do was the egg toss, where you start just 5 or so feet apart, where you can basically hand each other the egg, and then you take one step back and keep taking one step back, and everybody's got a partner, and each partner throws it the seed until you drop the egg. That's what we used to do. I don't know what an egg race is. Let's see. Egg and spoon race. Egg and spoon race? Where you put like a spoon in your mouth, or balance an egg on a spoon or similar object while running the finish line. First person to cross the line without dropping the egg. There you go. On a bounce house. Well, that was quick. 2, 1, go! Like that?
The time's what? 15. Here we go, here we go.
He's getting his protein.
Yeah, world record.
Interesting. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Dang it. You know what I forgot to do? Boom, boom, boom. No, that's not it. There we go. Nope. Okay, let's say boom. Me. Boom. Pause. Share. Discord. YouTube. Kick. Go. All right. There we go. All right. Let's get that. La la la. Not really like that, but we're all racing to see who can make it to the finish line without dropping their egg. Gotcha. Egg race. Yeah, I think he was just trying to get the fastest speed in the world's fastest egg and spoon race. We used to do, what do we used to do? What are those things called? They were like big sacks that you would get in and you had to hop. Is that what, did you say that? Oh, in tug of war, we would do that too. Yeah, good old days. Back in the good old days. Let's see. Let me get you up there on the wall, Dominic. Dominic. There we go. Honeybee potato sack races. That was it. That was it. Oh man, look how bright I am. Oof. Jeez. You did that too, potato sack race. I don't think I was ever put on the ball of shame. Yeah, you're up there. You're up there. I think I drew a B next to your name. Let me see if I can find it. There's B to B. Barry, Jizzy, John. That's fine. Alright, we'll put you up here. There you go. I could have swore you're up there, but there's a lot of freaking people. Yeah, everything's kind of blurring together now. What up, Tony? All right, let me make sure I got everybody up there while I'm up there. Okay. What up, Mumtaz Khan? Having a live stream there, brother. I know it was there at the beginning. There wasn't a lot of names. Yeah. How are you, Sharon? I'm doing good. Tony's up there too. I just saw Tony. There's Tony right now. I don't know if you can see it from here. Tony's right there. Oh, you can't see it with that camera shot, but yeah, close enough. Close enough. Yeah, you're up there, brother. You're up there. I just yeah. Let me see if I can do this real quick. If you're subscribed and you said you're subscribed, you're up there. Let me see. Let me switch to the phone. Let me switch to the phone real quick and I'll show you. Boom. Remote camera. Feed. Oops. Boom. Okay, where am I at? La. Hi. Okay. Tony is right there. Right there. Tony. And freaking there, Honeybee. I see it. Honeybee, there you go. La. All right, hold on. Let's see. What up, Monk? All right, Dominic. Boom. There we go. Oops, that's my phone. Oops. There we go. All right. Boom. I don't even think this was this. Okay, it does pop up over there. Okay. Hey. Yeah, there's a lot of freaking names up there. Dominic. Some people got to get fired. It's so much different from maybe I'll do this for a little while. How's everybody doing? Good. I can still do this. Oops. Okay. Thank you, boom, pal. I look like a teenager. I'm a very old teenager, Cy. I'm 49. Definitely not a teenager. You want me to put let me put a higher resolution camera for you here. Hold on, ready? You can see. Boom. There you go. Is that better? I got stung by a honeybee. My ankle is so swollen. I didn't even know what was allergic. Let's see where we go back. I'm gonna have to get used to this. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. You better freaking invest it. You better slide it over to a freaking 10-year or something. Get 5%. Oh, you're not in America. Never mind. How about yeah, because I don't think you can. Can you invest in government bonds outside of outside of America? Yeah, that's what my background used to be, like as it was being filled in. But then I got a camera and whatnot. My money longer than James Cameron. You look and behave like Josh Groban. Who's Josh Groban? Let's find out. Let's find out. Josh Groban. Groban. Hey, good looking guy. That sounds good. I'll take it. I don't even know who I am anymore for the exact opposite reasons. You can invest in stupid tomatoes. Get you one. Got a few millions. There you go, brother. If I were a betting man, and I'm not, I bet you'd be an absolute piss with a few puffs of the noble weed. Yeah, I can attest to that. Even though not anymore. I'm too old for that stuff, dude. Jeez, but back in the day. And actually, I was reading this study earlier today that said during it was in the 60s. What was that big festival? Woodstock. THC was at 1 to 2%. Most of the power from weed back then came from CBD, and now it's like 24% THC. Like people are going crazy. 13 acres in North Carolina, 5 acres on Lake Norman, 3 Hawaiian acres, and 8 more in Hickory, North Carolina. Is land still a good investment? Yeah, land is still the best investment. Well, so for time over for long-term investing, land is still where it's at. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially like if you take. I mean, if you just want to make money, James. Is it Jamie's? James. If you still want to make money, Jamie Schweitzer. Okay, I can see where the split is now. Then, that 13 acres, not even that much, but that 13 acres to a freaking data center. If you just want to cash out, you let them be known. Let it be known if that wants to go. But I would go if you just have land and don't have liquid assets like straight off, just so you have real. Hold on to that. If you don't have any bills to pay on them, yeah. It was meant as a compliment. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I look like Kurt Cobain. People used to tell me I look like a young Perry Farrell, and then I'd get a bunch of random stuff. 70% invested, 20 for my sisters and my mom to live off 10% of it. That's good. Your top 2 investment. They keep on bombarding me with Groovy, whole roll blunt gummy. It's quite annoying. There is a data center nearby. I've stockpiled 13 acres. Oh, so Jamie also. I mean, and a lot of people don't think the way of making entertainment spaces. Did you watch Ian Carlos? No, I did not. Well, you have an immaculate Karen haircut. My sister's name is Karen. NASDAQ S&P 500. Okay. So go back to Jamie here. Jamie, if you have a stocked pond, do you giving people access and setting up something for entertainment? Because there's not a whole lot of very good like family-friendly entertainment, setting up a place to go fishing, have a bluegrass stage, something like that. There's a lot of money to be made and stuff like that. You get if you don't mind having alcohol partnerships, getting with like Coors Light, Bud, whatever, to sponsor a beer garden type thing, and you can do like a weekend and make a bunch of money. All that stuff will be paid for with the beer sponsorship. I'm looking in the wrong camera. Beer sponsorship, and then they'll bring staging and everything that you need, and then you just every weekend during the seasons, booth. I wouldn't develop it out unless you want to dump it, or if you want to develop it. I feel like I'm about to be asked to bring a manager forward. Can I see your manager? Hold on, let me switch camera angles for you. Bam, there you go. I'm not a big fan of the word annoying because everyone is annoying. Everyone. Every people need tolerance and humility. Yeah, they need a bit of it, absolutely. I want to say sorry ahead of time before I provide a corporate number. What up, Term? I thought they never told us in the movies the Terminators are extremely thirsty. They're thirsty. They sure are thirsty. Not there. What up, the man? Good night, sweet man. Nice to meet you, Sharon. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Do. I hate to leave you, but I really must say, good night, sweetheart. Good night. Jeez. How do I get myself into these things? Yeah, why am I so blown out here? Let's see. Maybe this is. Ooh. Yeah, that's bright. Let's just tune it down a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Yeah. You're very welcome. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, let's go back to here. Let's go back to that. There we go. Okay. So how's everybody doing? My cousin Johnny and my nephew Micah wanted me to go in at $5,500 for them and two other friends, equal shares, to invest in a wheat farm in Washington State, but I was afraid of implications. Ever stick your hand in a porta potty? No. And I had a time where I should have. I dropped my wallet into a porta potty and I just let it rot. I said, I ain't going in after it. There wasn't no money in it, but my ID was in it, my social security card, debit card, and a bunch of chicks' numbers. But no, so I let it rot. It was a great excuse for when girls would be like, why didn't you ever call me? I'd be like, look at this porta potty. I don't know who you are, but you sure made me blush, sweet. Well, thank you very much, Sharon. My name is Richard. I'm trying to save the world. One person at a time. Okay, let's see what we're doing now. Let's see. Hey, he's going to be in my state. Josh Grubin will be there here tomorrow, it looks like. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I live in Georgia. I don't live in Duluth. But I don't live very far from Duluth for $62. Interesting. Is this the pleasure zone? Thank you. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. Let's see. So I got the floor ripped up. Check this out. Here, let's go back over to the phone. I'll show you guys the studio freaking dare work. Hello. Oh, I guess I can do that. Just like this. Nope. There we go. Okay, hold on. I'm not dating currently. When you say Duluth, you gotta say it like a cowboy, dude. They're gonna be down here in Duluth. Okay, so the floor is all ripped up, and my floor is out the window right now. So I got the whole floor ripped up. I'm gonna be probably moving everything over. Oh, everything's wackadoodle. Was in the while I was AIT in the army, we turned a porta potty upside down with a female in it who was smoking cigarettes against the rule. It was commanded by the drill sergeant. Jeez. Yeah, dude, I seen porta potties get tipped over twice. One time they flipped it over on its side and the guy jumped out of the door before it got bad. The second time they tipped it over on the door and you could see the blue water running out of the air vents. And dude, I ran. I wasn't part of the group of people that were doing it, but the person inside was so pissed. I think multiple people probably lost their lives over that one. But Atlanta can be rough. What's going on, real? I'm looking through a portal. Have I transferred into another dimension? Yeah, you like it? It's my golden layout. I also have this one. Boom. Oh, you can't see my eyes. There we go. But it's so hard to look straight ahead. I guess maybe I don't have as much freaking eye thing. Welcome to 110th grade. The new dimension. Oh, let's see. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, yeah. This camera definitely has a hell of a lot better color rendering and whatnot. I mean, look at the difference. Look at the difference here. That to that. Like, I look freaking... Today's lesson. I'm raising a tomato army from nothing. First, you have to. The reason tomato armies are so easy to start are because it has to start with the death of a tomato. As you rip a tomato to shreds to get the seeds out, those seeds are then upset about the death of their father, so they grow up with all that hate for revenge. It feels it feels like a TV show. I'm like, hey, ladies and gentlemen, how's everybody doing today? Thank you for joining back. Hey. I'm trying to click off you, but you keep showing up, Richard. The Lord works in mysterious ways, Sharon. Maybe you're supposed to be here. Dun, 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 dun. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, what was I looking at here? Okay, someone. Now she wants to get clicks when you get. How many grades are there? 110. 110. You got Tyler will be all right, brother. If I were you, I would skip directly to 110 and forget the rest. I thought I was done with the grades. At least the thing about 110th grade is you'll learn everything you would have learned in the previous ones and more. So you can just skip right here. Okay, let's see what we're doing. Let's see. Some people sent some stuff on Discord. Let's see what we got to watch. Let's see. Boom. 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 YouTube stuff. Okay. Aren't the grades endless, Richard? They sure feel like it when we're young, absolutely. But I figured I would make a place. I learned a lot more in life outside of school than in school. School was very, especially about like my health, how my body works, vitamins, minerals. and whatnot. And that's what I tried to say. She went into absolute apoplectic shock. She was dripping with blue pieces of crap. It was hyperventilating. Another girl had to escort her to the infirmary. All right, I'm going to tell you a story about that. Ever seen Willy Wonka in the Willy Factory? I've never seen it. Willy Wanker. Guy at Walmart asked for a smart... Guy at Walmart asks, "Are you smart? Let me see your phone." Tonight at Walmart, it was weird. You probably wouldn't steal your phone. School teaches you what to think instead of how to think. That's correct. That's your dad. Your dad's very correct. Your dad is very correct. Your dad is very correct. And unfortunately, same type of saying. Schools teach you what to learn rather than how to learn on your own. Like when I was a kid, we still had manufacturing pretty well all over America. So we had to learn how to learn. We learned how to, like, okay, you have this thing you have to do. How are you going to figure it out? Like, you need to build a building. What people are you going to... And we didn't have internet back then. So we had to go through the library to find... Sometimes... Yeah, people are definitely weird. Sometimes I dress up like a robber to sit outside the police station. My dad said the same thing. Good. Schools are good. What were we just talking about? Oh, okay, spot pot. So there was this guy who I knew who used to do that. He drove a honey dipper, and honey dippers are the vacuum trucks that they use to vacuum spot pots out and to vacuum out septic tanks. Well, he was vacuuming it out, and like sometimes it would get stuck on the bottom, so you'd have to like, you know, just kind of like when you're vacuuming the floor with the nozzle, and it'll like stick, so you have to like, anyway, a drop of fluid flew up on his lip, and his just instinct reaction was to go, 6 months, hepatitis, 6 months in the hospital before he got out. The stool bus, the honey dipper, the stool bus. Ugh. Yeah, he just went, it just hit his lip, and he said it was just a reaction. Yeah, 6 months he spent in the hospital. Those people do God's work, I tell you what. Can you imagine? And it's... I'm a psychologist, Richard. When I went into practice, everything book learned went out the window. I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine. When I enrolled in college, we had to pass an entrance exam. We couldn't even try to get student aid, like financial aid, unless we passed the entrance exam. And I remember... going to buy my books, and I was required to take a psychology course. And I remember the first paper I had to write about it and read about it. I was like, I had already done a lot in life before I did this. So everything that we're taught is for a protocol, and medical institutions use protocols, which is the least amount of money they need to spend for the most profit, which is understandable. They're a business. But it's very obvious, and I don't think a lot of kids understand that nowadays. Like, one of the big things that I like to teach is that most people think of a balanced diet with fats, cholesterol, proteins, and whatnot, and they don't even know that vitamin K exists, K2 exists. And they don't understand. They think that eating foods from school and foods from McDonald's and whatnot like that, it's going to have protein and carbohydrates and whatnot. And we have a bunch of people that are super vitamin deficient. And I'm trying to get a grant right for the. Make sure that schools have signs in every school. I would like to go in every classroom with a vitamin and mineral, like what foods they should be eating and drinking, just to have it pinned in there. Maybe not even have classes to talk about it or anything, just to start. So many kids have ADHD, which it can be exacerbated by low B12, and then things like anxiety and depression, which can be exacerbated by low B12. And a lot of people in high school try being a vegan or a vegetarian, and you can't. And we don't teach kids, well, you have to make sure you supplement with B12. So that's huge, something huge I want to do. Yeah, it was bad. Something was about being a Patriot missile crewman. I got to Germany and had to relearn everything. It's all programmed. What up, Cat? What's up, Maple Waffle? Richard, you didn't call me, although it's all good. But yeah, I was busy today too. I did a lot of painting and ripping up floors, and I had a freaking my irrigation system busted. I've been doing all kind of stuff. That's why I'm on so late today. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Cat. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Ma'am. Okay, what did I want to show? I think I lost it. Okay, Discord. All right, let's see what this is. Let's see if it makes me get the music. Okay, this is from who? All right, let's see. Hold on. Who's this from? This is from... Oh, this is from Tom. Okay, let's see. Follow the script,
first time
people.
I saw sonoluminescence was in a darkened room. I was transfixed to look at this spherical flask of fluid. And you'd look into the center, and in the center see a glowing blue-purple light, which could be seen with the unaided eye. It looked like a star in the heavens.
Oh, sonoluminescence. Yeah, that's when
Seth Putterman
bubbles
called
collapse
it
on
the star
themselves.
in a
They
jar,
produce light.
a tiny spot of bright light contained in a flask of liquid. This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First it expands,
And then collapses.
then it collapses.
Yeah.
And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so
But
much
why do they
that the
produce
bubble
light?
gives off
I
an
farted in my
incredible
grandma's
burst of heat
breathing
and
machine.
light,
That wasn't very nice,
several
Kylie.
thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
Where does the light come from?
What made the phenomenon so exciting was the temperature of this star in a jar. On its surface alone, the light burns at tens of thousands of degrees. And Seth Putterman now contemplated a tantalizing possibility.
Why doesn't it boil the water? What
Could
up,
the
Paul?
core of the collapsing bubble be even hotter? Hot enough for fusion.
One of the mysteries of sonoluminescence is to determine exactly how hot the interior of the bubble gets. In the sun, the interior can be millions of degrees.
Come
hot
on.
enough to cause fusion. And the thought crossed my mind that perhaps inside the collapsing bubble, the interior of the bubble might also get hot enough to cause fusion.
If so,
And it makes
this
more
would be
water.
something truly amazing.
Very
By
nice.
simply bombarding tiny bubbles with sound
Saggy
waves,
bottom boys.
temperatures of over 10
Soggy
million
bottom
degrees would be created. And nuclear
It's
fusion,
about sonoluminescence. Tom posted it on Discord. I didn't watch it till now.
same reaction that powers the sun, would be happening almost effortlessly here on Earth.
More like hard cow. All right, well, great. So I don't think we know why it happens, though. This is 11 years old, but I remember hearing about that in my youth. But I don't think we know why it happens. Phenomenon where sound waves are used to create, expand, violently collapse a tiny bubble in a liquid, resulting in a brief flash of light. Inside the collapsing bubble, temperatures and pressures can briefly become so extreme that conditions inside mimic those found on the surface of the sun. Soggy, yeah, it's soggy. Sweet dreams, Sharon. Let's see. Cavitation. When ultrasonic sound waves travel through a liquid, such as water, they create areas of alternating high and low pressure. Expansion. During the low pressure phase, the liquid pulls apart, forming a tiny gas or vapor cavity, a bubble. Violent collapse. As the acoustic pressure shifts, the surrounding liquid crushes the bubble inward. The collapse happens so rapidly and forcefully that the gas inside of the bubble heats up incredibly fast. The flash. At the moment of minimum radius, the interior temperature can reach 10,000 degrees Celsius to 15,000 degrees Celsius. This extreme heat ionizes the gas into a tiny glowing plasma that emits a flash of light. I wonder if changing the type of gas, just like in neon tubes, like neon signs, different gases inside make different colors. I wonder if that, theoretically, you think it would. It usually shifts from blue and ultraviolet. How do they keep the bubble in this center? Yeah, there's a shrimp that does that. That's called cavitation also. That's the pistol shrimp. He can punch so fast, snap his claws so fast that it causes a vacuum in underwater, and then as that vacuum collapses, it causes, cavitation can be done to help down with body fat breakdown, Imagine what it does to the blood vessels. There's definitely weapons that use use sound waves. This is why I think they use what happens in the brain when they use sonic weapons like that, and people's nose just start bleeding and whatnot. Pistol shrimp.
All right, shrimp around Peachtree City.
So this is a pistol shrimp, and a pistol shrimp's got one big ass claw, and that claw that's what it attacks with or protects itself with. Let's see.
So today you have got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, it seems so. This guy's pretty tiny.
He is pretty tiny, but he's got one of the most awesome weapons in all of the animal kingdom. This is the pistol shrimp, and I want to see it fire.
I want to see it fire. Mantis shrimp, more gangster. Yeah, it can break that glass too. Yes.
This little guy is one of the holy grails of slow-mo.
Absolutely, mate. I can't wait to see it myself. You might have noticed he's got this big claw on one side there, on the right-hand side.
Yep.
He can shut that at about 100 kilometres an hour, which is effectively fast enough to rip water apart.
That's insane.
It is insane. So when he does that, it creates this cavitation bubble where the water should be, this kind of little bubble of air, if you like. And then there's so much negative pressure inside there, the water crushes back down. Yeah, it kicks out a serious amount of power, a serious amount of heat, and even light as well.
Very cool.
Very cool. But it happens pretty quick.
Okay, how quick, roughly? Any idea?
I think we need to crank the frame rate pretty much higher than we've ever gone.
Okay, let's up the ante then.
Right, so this is our slightly improv hydrophone.
Okay.
Nice. Did you pick that up on the sound? Cool.
Oh, you're out of focus, dude. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, that's a piece of sand.
Oh, and it's still super quick. Oh, look at the pebbles flying. But that actually kicks out so much heat. It kicks out about 5 to 10,000 Kelvin, albeit in a very, very tiny area.
So that's what the surface of the sun, pretty much.
Hotter, yeah. Yeah.
That was 4,000 frames a second. If we can maybe go close to 10, then that'll be the most we've ever done. We can give it a shot. I'd also like to maybe get some macro shots, getting really, really close.
Oh, wow, that's a much bigger bubble than I thought it was going to be. Wow. Yeah, that's freaking crazy. Want those to make me tea? guess that's the microphone.
Whoa, there it was.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, that was really cool. Oh, it's kind of above
I guess the
floor as
heat's
well.
got to
I guess that
vaporize the
groove at
water.
top
I
of the
mean, I
socket is
understand
actually coming out side to side
cavitation
onto the
movement,
floor.
like
Have you seen that
negative
before, Dan?
pressure, but that's crazy to think about.
So basically, you can shut that claw
Yeah,
about
I wonder how
100
much
kilometers an
that would
hour,
cost to get a
and it's
pound of
effectively ripping apart the
steamed
water
pistol shrimp.
and just creating a bubble where there shouldn't be one. And so then the actual power comes when the water rushes back in to fill that gap. But I mean, that is what.
Yeah, that's
Eight
crazy
frames.
stuff.
So we're shooting this at
400 times faster than conventional playback and filming speed. So
and it's new territory for us. We've never gone as high.
no, 5,000 was our
New
previous
territory.
record, and we've doubled it. You could see the loss of resolution. Was quite dramatic.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Here's the last
There's
shot,
these little-
and there
these
you go.
little
I think
gangsters.
we've got some amazing footage of an amazing
Little
action.
gangsters under
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
frequency.
So for more amazing animal behaviour,
that's
make
pretty
sure you
cool.
subscribe
That's
to
pretty
Earth
cool.
Unplugged, and we'll see you next time.
That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Gotta get me some. Okay, let's see if we can buy pistol shrimp to eat. Eating pistol shrimp. No, it doesn't even understand me. It's saying pistol shrimp eat. No. I'm talking about us eating them. Pistol shrimp to eat. When a pistol shrimp are technically edible, they're far too tiny to be a practical food source for humans. They only grow to about 2 inches long. People usually refer to mantis shrimp instead, which are large crustaceans of culinary delicacy. All right, cat. Probably tastes like gunpowder. Probably tastes like TNT. Because they're explosive. Get it? Get it? They're explosive. Explosive. All right, let's see. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. We done did it. It's been freaking hot today. Today's maximum temperature. Okay, now that I sent the gifts out. All right, thank you, Kat. Did I get them? Bam. How come they're not popping up on the thing? Bam, thank you, Kat. Unk alert, flow state, unk alert. Thank you, Kat. Dun, 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 dun. My house is no AC right now. Dude. 2 days temp. There you go. 87. Freak out. I eat sunflower seeds when I get the feeling when I eat sunflower seeds when I feel like eating 2,000 of the same thing. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I have that same feeling, but I usually prefer to just go straight cashew. Yeah, brother. 87 right now. Not right now. Oh no, right now it's 87. Yeah. It felt like it got hotter than that today. Low of 64. It's definitely cheaper, but I don't know about great. What? Cat? Oh, sunflower seeds? What? What are you talking about? Terry, what I miss? Macadamia nuts. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're definitely not. Macadamia nuts definitely ain't cheaper. Yeah, Kat brought macadamia nuts last time she came and visited. She came from Hawaii and came by Georgia on her way back to Maryland. Oh, AC. No AC is definitely cheaper. Gotcha. Yeah, not great. Yeah. It can be rough stuff. All right, where are we at here? What, being a smart... Oh, the AC, not having AC sucks? Yeah, brother. I always keep spare capacitors around. anything else if anything else dies, beside like control wise, I could wire it up to run without controls. But if a capacitor dies, that's about the only other thing that you would have to wait for help, or I would have to wait for help to replace. So yeah, I got him. Oh yeah, that's no bueno. That's no bueno. Yeah, window tint will help without a doubt. But 94 degrees in your crib, that's really freaking hot. Are you sure you got a Freon leak, or you got somebody in your neighborhood that likes to steal your Freon? Remember direct fan, shorts, no shirt, and ice water. Yep. Yeah, you got to get yourself, you got to spray bottle. Evaporation, best way to cool yourself if you don't got an AC. All right, where are we at? Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let us see. He ate sushi. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch that.
He sat at a sushi counter in Tokyo with his girlfriend. It was their last night. The chef had 30 years of experience. He pressed each piece by hand. Bluefin tuna, salmon, yellowtail, 12 pieces total. The restaurant had a 4-year streak of perfect hygiene scores. He posted a photo to his story. Caption, best meal of the trip.
Oops.
6 days later, he woke up at 3 a.m. in his apartment in Chicago with pain so severe he thought his appendix had ruptured. The emergency room ran blood work, a CT scan. They found nothing. They told him it was acid reflux. But acid reflux does not have a boring tooth. This is diagnosis glitch.
Alcohol makes you spray your body spray. Yeah, so alcohol has a lower evaporating temperature, boiling from evaporating temperature. So that will help make you feel cool quicker too. Yep, that's the science behind that. B12 overdose.
Names have been changed.
B12 overdose. Vitamin B12 overdose is extremely rare because it's a water-soluble vitamin. Your body absorbs what it needs and excretes the rest through urine. What up, Sim? What up, Fantastic Finger? Yeah. That's why I don't tell people to take a bunch of stuff that's not. And like the B12 that I take is 200,000% the daily B12 recommendation. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Eating human meat. Yeah, this is the B12 I take right here. $208,333% the daily rate. The daily vitamin recommended daily amount for B12 is 2.4 micrograms. Yeah. The cannibal tribes of the jungle don't need vitamin supplementation. Right. Why would they? Because they're eating other people's livers. They're eating other people's brains. We're not. So how are we supposed to get that nutrition? If we're just eating meat and we're not eating brains, livers, kidneys, and whatnot, hearts, how are you supposed to get what's good for your heart if you're not eating other things' hearts? You got to find what that chemistry would be and get it in you. I take the checks and face the facts. Some producer with computer fixes all my shitty tracks these days. Is bush meat good for me? Yeah. I mean, bush meat. But the bush meat's not human meat, right? Bush meat's what you find out in the bush. Bush meat refers to the meat of wild animals hunted for human consumption, mostly by tribes. Yeah. The big problem is disease. What's up, William? Remember that movie Book of Eli? Yes. Is what true? Which part true? Can I eat monkey brain? That's a good. So if you don't know where that monkey's been, it's just like dating girls that you don't know where they've been. Yes, you can get diseases, absolutely. So yeah, a lot of places that eat stuff like that regularly, they do what we do here with cows. They raise them in an environment. What do you think about growing sea moss? Would you try? Yeah. I'd try it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd definitely give it a try. Is it true AIDS started with a human copulating with a monkey? I don't know. I've definitely heard that, and it sounds reasonable, but the more we find out about a lot of the big diseases for humans, like syphilis looks like it was also caused by some kind of wackadoodle thing like that happening, but it's hard to find out because I don't know. Will cannibalism cause madness? I think it will. Yeah. Listen, you can't eat something that looks like you because you understand that you are now part of the food chain. And I think that's why it causes madness. If you went out and killed somebody, just say you hunted them, then you know that as you age, as you get older, you're also probably on someone else's hit list, you know? What do you recommend to plant over a human grave, plant that would thrive? Mushrooms, but I mean, over a natural burial. If you're talking about, in a casket and whatnot, they're watertight and airtight, so nothing's getting into them. And then human casket, at least in America, your airtight and watertight casket goes inside of a concrete, because what happens when the bodies deteriorate, it leaves a gap, and then if you went back when wood caskets were used, after the wood rotted and the body rotted, the dirt would fall in to fill in, so it would cause sinkholes and stuff. And it's 94 minutes. I did not know that. I knew that a lot of those like spirulina and stuff were very high in mineral content. Is this hantavirus scam? Friends already got pandemic paralysis over it. Listen, it's not human to human transmissible. It's not. It's rat poop to human, but it's not anything new. It's been around, just because some wackadoo didn't clean their ship, their cruise ship, and people got it, and it had rats on it. I mean, it was a dirty environment. Technically, we all eat human DNA on a regular. Probably do. Yeah. At some point, especially trusting these companies. Robert don't taste that good. That's why people tattoo themselves, so people don't want to eat them. Girlfriend better show up, otherwise she'll get spanking. What up, Space Cow? The Italian Mafia were cannibals. Yeah, not just the Italian Mafia. I'm not giving poop. I'm not giving up my rat poop for nothing. Profac says you're not getting my rat poop unless you pry it from my cold dead hands. My rat poop. Freaking Space Cow. Alright, let's see. What's this all about, Space Cow?
Quick video, you see the church right there, you see how it's going downhill, it be flooding and water be going in the church. So they call the right nigga. You see this? We done dug all that out, put a French drain in there, put pea gravel on the side of it. We're gonna send the water across the sidewalk, right on down there, and let it be them niggas over there problem. Now, if you're interested in this and you're having a flood and shit at your house, hey, we got you. It's like $500 per stick. These is 2 sticks. So from that stick back to be dug, you're looking at $500. You're looking at $1,000 right there. You're looking at $1,000. You need that?
Jeez.
Call that nigga over there, because he be digging like a motherfucker.
I was told that a biological agent experiment got loose on the island of Africa and was first translated to monkeys eaten by humans, transferred to boys' ship Port-au-Prince in Haiti, who were toys for rich players visiting. Yeah, I've heard something right along those lines. I've heard that something right along those lines. 500. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Searching the truth about Donald Trump. The story I read stated that the strain of the hantavirus is human-to-human transmissible, although rare. Yeah. I mean, so if you have a bunch of people in a room and they're working around a bunch of rats, one of those people will probably get it. And then if those people stay within close vicinity to each other, eating after each other, can I get a drink of your water and stuff like that, it makes it much more. But the virus itself doesn't change to become, so it would be with everything science, there's a cutoff level. Just like when you drink alcohol and just use hand sanitizer and stuff, you'll have alcohol in your system, but they don't consider you drunk unless you're over a specific cutoff point. So if 1 or 2 people out of 10,000 get it from human to human, they still don't consider it on average human transmissible. But give that to the media and they'll be like, oh my God, I need a translator. Yeah, it's a good song, brother. I was field NBC for my battery unit. Lives in saliva and semen and blood. What's going on, Danielle? It's only deadly if you're weak. Like if your immune system and stuff is weak. This is why it's important to make sure you get proper amounts of vitamins and minerals, because that's what your body uses to help build immunity to things as they come in. If your body is all sick because of deficiency, then you don't have the rigor to fight it. Deadly, very deadly. It kills rats. Welcome back. Thank God it's not it's sweat, so I can go to the gym and only worry about hepatitis from other people's sweats on the weights machine. 0.06% legally drunk in most states. Yeah. The media loves drum up drama. Right. Think about it. If I wanted to think about internet drama, think about streamer drama and stuff like that. They start shit so you'll keep going back to watch to find out what's next. But with the TV and the media, you're going to see the advertisers in there. They're going to be like, oh, up next on the blah, 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 brought to you by blah, 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 and then it's just it brings people back. It's great. People love the drama. All right, let's see Space Cowboy 1 second. I think Eastern countries keeps viruses on us, but it could be a pure nationalistic, racist paranoia. Yeah, and there's actually, if you guys watch the, not the news, but watch the actual congressional hearings, they just had some dude, whistleblower, say that the 19 was released. It's they don't. What Congress was talking about it like it was fact. Like yes, we know now. Now who you want to believe or what, and what difference it makes now if we're not going to freaking. Yeah, it's ridiculous. All right, let's see what Space Cow's got. The media goes worst case scenario. Yep. Because they don't care when they're wrong. But if they can blow something up and then be right about it, they can be like, "We brought it to you first. We broke this. Yeah. Drives me crazy." The Marvel guy, what up, T2? Yeah, it's been a while, brother. How you been? All right, let's see what Space Cow's got here. All right, boom, 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 boom. Let's see here.
Aunt Jemima used to be on this bottle.
Yeah.
And they took that off because I guess they said it's supposed to be offensive to some black people or whatever. I'm like, damn, offensive to who? They can't let a nigga have shit. And y'all remember...
Jesus. Welcome back. Did you see the Punisher yet? No. Brother, I haven't seen anything. A movie in 2 years at all. Not rental, not on TV or anything. I've been every now that I've retired. I gotta try my best to make as much content and stuff I can, and to keep my property up. So yeah, I don't. When any free time I have, I just either record a video, edit videos, or stream. But no, I haven't seen it. Any good? Was it any good? Hydroxychloroquine, Trump's COVID cure, increases death. Studies find malaria drug should not be used to treat corona. Scientists. Yeah, who says that though? The thing is, here's the problem: is hydroxychloroquine. People were taking it when they didn't have COVID. They got it, they ordered it on the black market, and then they started taking it prophylactically. And a lot of people overdid stuff. But yeah. Listen, you have to understand how medicines work. But also, they scared the shit out of everybody. So there's going to be collateral damage to all that wackadoodle ass marketing they did. It's funny how it's not Aunt Mom anymore. Yep, I agree. It's crazy. The twist that NBC NCOIC said, it actually got out the cure. What actually got was the cure, not the actual HIV itself, the potential vaccine element itself. You remember the Punisher t-shirts with Trump here? Yeah, yes. Imagine dying taking a med. Yep. Yeah. Right. Well, brother, they found out that the original treatment, remdesivir, and being put on ventilation killed more people initially than the virus did. So everybody that was going into the hospital was given something that has a 20% survival rate, and they were just like, "Yep, you're positive. Let's put you on a ventilator and put you." Yeah. So they definitely, nobody was doing good work back then. And the people that were getting silenced too. That shit's absolutely wackadoodle. But that's what fear will do. They know what fear does to people. The Punisher was good, better than expected. Great. Now I gotta watch it. I saw a 40-minute version of The Punisher. My husband and I were like, "Where's the rest?" What'd they do? Was it only 40 minutes? Or are you just watching it on the internets? Is this the same one? .p. You said, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Paisley. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Paisley. The virus lineup was 100 years Shimada, the Spanish flu in 2019, and other viruses in 1819. So only about every 100 years. Every 100 years. Yeah, but that was wackadoodle. Let's see. Not anymore. You're welcome.
Can't skip a rock, she can't suck my cock. She can't stand in a creek, I don't want that cooter. She can't catch a crawdaddy, she can't call me daddy. She can't skip a rock.
Frickin' space cow, dude. Oops. There we go. The media needlessly terrorized a lot of young people with that. Yes, needlessly. And how much freaking money was made. Ready for the grand finale. I suppose. And many more. Weren't some people treated even though there was no certainty that they were infected with? Yes, because they didn't have a fast PCR test until farther down the line. So a lot of people were like, "Well, it looks like it," Yeah, we have a fire stick, and it was only around 40 minutes. Bastards. All right. Oh, jeez, this freaking woman.
Everybody, This is the Sanger Grandma with another weather report. We're under a fucking tornado watch.
Tornado.
And it's getting bad out here. Like I said, I'll keep you guys updated on how bad it gets. It's fucking bad, guys! Run! Run! Hey, everybody.
The more engagement you get, good or bad, put your channel in front of more people, so no attention is bad attention unless you do something controversial. Right. Yeah, the thumbs up button or the thumbs down button is somebody clicking a button. Yeah, that's right. Tornader. Tornader. Yeah, get you some books. Yeah, right. Yeah, engagement's engagement, right. That's why hitting the freaking little happy sign or sad or heart sign or all that stuff, like the little floaty things, all that, the like button, the freaking share button, all that stuff is helpful with the algorithm. The algorithm. The rhythm is gonna get you. Tornado superior. All right.
For privacy. This story is based on true events and documented medical cases.
You don't say.
His name is Daniel Mori, 34 years old, half Japanese, half American, born in Evanston, raised in the suburbs. His mother is from Osaka. She taught him to eat sushi before he could read. He grew up knowing the difference between chutoro and otoro, between real wasabi and horseradish paste.
How's that? Your battery's going dead? Unless your thermostat's in the shade or something, either that or you got a tornado coming. What up, Ben? A lot of black comedians get material from the show, cause yeah, sure, I'd do it too if I could. Where is Katra? I heard from her earlier. She was in the stream earlier.
He didn't grow up knowing that the fish could carry passengers. He works as a structural engineer, designs load-bearing systems for high-rises. He once told his girlfriend Sarah that the thing he loves about engineering is that every failure has a cause. You find the stress point, you trace the fracture, you fix it.
Was she? Yeah, she was in earlier.
Remember that because the medical
earlier,
system is about to fail around him for 40 days, and a structural engineer is going to be the one who identifies the fracture point. Sarah Okafor is a pediatric nurse. She works 12-hour shifts in a neonatal ICU. She's trained to notice the things other people miss. A heart rate that ticks 2 beats too fast, a color change in an infant's nail bed that means the oxygen is dropping. She once caught a feeding intolerance that 3 residents missed because the lab values were technically normal, but the pattern was wrong. She reads patterns the way Daniel reads blueprints. Remember that too. Here's the detail that reframes everything that follows. The parasite is called Anisakis simplex, a nematode worm. Between 1 and 3 centimeters long, white, translucent, almost invisible against the pale pink flesh of a salmon fillet. It coils like a watch spring inside the muscle tissue of ocean fish. Every species used in sushi carries it. Conveyor belt chains and Michelin-starred counters alike. Japan diagnoses roughly 20,000 cases of anisakaiasis per year, more than every other country on Earth combined. The country with arguably the strictest food safety standards on the planet leads the world in a parasitic infection you get from eating raw fish. And the worm has a boring tooth. Not a metaphor, a physical protruding dental plate on its head designed to drill through living tissue. Daniel went to the ER 3 times in 4 days. First visit, 3 in the morning, he told the attending physician the pain had started suddenly after dinner and had not stopped. Blood work showed a mildly elevated white count. No fever, no vomiting. The diagnosis? Gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD. Acid reflux. He was given antacids and told to follow up with his primary care physician. Second visit, 3 days later, same pain, worse. Radiating across his entire...
No, I think they were just saying that she noticed patterns. I don't know. I don't know what the baby had to do with anything. I don't know. Maybe it'll come in later.
He couldn't stand upright. A different physician saw the GERD diagnosis from the first visit and agreed with it. The first diagnosis was already written down. It became the truth by inheritance. A proton pump inhibitor was added. He was sent home again. Sarah drove him to the 3rd visit.
Yeah,
she walked up to the triage nurse and spoke in her work voice. Calm, clinical, precise. His pain is epigastric and constant. It is not positional. It is not responsive to PPIs. He has not eaten in 4 days. He's lost 6 pounds. This is not reflux. The nurse wrote down acid reflux. Daniel requested an endoscopy, a camera down his throat to look at his stomach. He was told the wait time for a non-emergency gastroscopy was approximately 40 days.
Jeez.
He said to Sarah in the parking lot, 40 days? I'm going to be on antacids for 40 days for something that is not acid reflux. She asked him how he knew. Because acid reflux does not feel like something's chewing on you from the inside. He was right. Something was. The boring tooth was already through his stomach lining. For 40 days, Daniel Morey took antacids for a condition he did not have while a worm drilled deeper into his stomach wall. Week 1, he stopped going to the office. The pain made it impossible to sit upright at his desk for more than 20 minutes. He tried working from the couch, laptop balanced on a cushion, spine curled to the left because lying on his right side made the pain spike. He designed a load-bearing column for a parking structure in River North while something bore through his stomach in the same position a person uses to protect themselves from a blow. Week 2, Sarah moved in. She set alarms every 3 hours to make sure he drank water. She brought home electrolyte packets from the hospital pharmacy. She kept a notebook on the counter, date, pain level, what he ate, how long he slept. She was charting him the way she charted her patients.
His wife or
she did
girlfriend.
not tell him that. Week 3, 22 pounds lost.
Jen.
He stopped answering texts. He stopped calling his mother. His mother called Sarah instead. Sarah told her Daniel had a stomach condition and the doctors were working on it. She did not tell her that no doctor had looked inside her son's stomach, that no doctor had asked the one question that would have changed everything. Week 4, Sarah could not sleep.
Why did they just show a big-ass freaking bud? What does this have anything to do with the story either? Ben is my name. Why do they got a big-ass marijuana bud right there?
Question that would have changed everything. Week 4, Sarah could not sleep. She sat at the kitchen table after Daniel finally passed out, which was rare and never lasted more than 90 minutes. She opened her laptop and started doing what she does at work when the numbers do not make sense. She pulled the pattern apart. Sudden onset, post-travel, epigastric, constant, not responsive to acid suppression. She typed parasite from raw fish into a search bar.
Oops.
Anisacus simplex. She read for 2 hours. She read about the boring tooth, about the acid-resistant shell, about the enzymes that dissolve living tissue, about the invisibility cloak, a mechanism where the worm rapidly sheds any antibodies the immune system attaches to its surface so the body's soldiers cannot grip the target. She read about a woman in Spain who ate cooked fish 5 years after an infection and nearly died. She showed Daniel what she found the next morning. He looked at the screen for a long time. Then he said, I already thought of this, but nobody at the hospital asked. Nobody in that emergency room across 3 visits asked one question. Did you eat raw fish? When the endoscopy finally happened, the gastroenterologist inserted the camera and stopped talking. Sarah was in the waiting room. She later said the silence from behind the door was the worst part. The screen showed a battlefield. White, thread-like worms embedded headfirst into the mucosa, their tails whipping in the gastric fluid. Some were buried so deep that only the tail was visible. One was coiled inside a pocket of inflamed tissue that had already begun forming a granuloma, a dense of mass immune cells that had built a fortress around a worm it could not kill. Approximately a dozen living Anisacus worms actively penetrating his stomach wall at multiple sites for 40 days, while Daniel took antacids.
And listen, they could have just given him an anti-parasitic anyway, just to say, okay, let's see if you have any vitamin deficiencies and parasites. We'll get that out of the way first. Then say, okay, maybe it's gas, maybe it's acid reflux. They could have given him an anti-parasitic day one just because, hey, when's the last time you had a parasite cleanse? Oh, never? Well, here, let's just do this anyway. And they don't do that, and they're going to start.
Gastroenterologist turned to the assisting nurse and said 5 words Sarah will never forget. She heard them through the door. I have never seen this. The extraction was violent. Standard biopsy forceps cannot grip a worm that resists removal with the same boring tooth it uses to dig in. The gastroenterologist used jumbo forceps and ripped chunks of stomach lining out with the worms still embedded inside. You can't just pull the tail, it snaps. The head stays alive in the tissue and keeps drilling. You have to take the flesh with it. Each extraction site bled immediately. Dr. M. Teresa Audicana and Professor Malcolm Kennedy described what the boring tooth actually does once it anchors. The larvae use mechanical disruption of tissue combined with the release of potent proteolytic enzymes capable of degrading the extracellular matrix. It melts through tissue the way acid eats through paper, and it does this in one of the most densely packed fields of pain receptors in the human body, the stomach wall. Every fraction of a millimeter the boring tooth advances detonates a new cluster of nociceptors. Emergency physicians have documented cases where intravenous morphine failed to control the agony. Not reduced it, failed. Daniel's pain for 40 days was not inflammation. It was a drill bit grinding through a nerve field, millimeter by millimeter, while he took antacids. But within 30 minutes for the last worm being removed, the 10 out of 10 pain dropped to 0. Not reduced, gone. 40 days of agony erased in half an hour. The worms were the entire source. Daniel called Sarah from the recovery bed. His voice was steady for the first time in 40 days. They found worms in my stomach from the sushi. It is over. She did not say anything for a long time. Then, 40 days. I told that nurse it was not reflux. But the worm left something behind. Humans are a dead-end host. Anisakis cannot complete its life cycle inside a human body. The worms that were not extracted died in Daniel's tissue. When they died, they rotted. His immune system detected the decaying foreign protein and launched a siege. Eosinophils flooded the area. They built granulomas around each carcass, masses that show up on scans. Masses that look exactly like tumors. Daniel's follow-up scan showed 3 granulomas.
Buckley, it ain't the spaghetti you want. It ain't the spaghetti you want, brother.
In his stomach wall. Not cancer.
They call it sushi spaghetti.
Tissue around dead parasites. But they will be there for years, and every future scan will require a doctor who reads the chart and understands what they are. Then, 3 months after the extraction, the boring tooth came back to finish what it started. Not the worm itself, its ghost. Daniel ate grilled salmon at a restaurant, fully cooked, no sushi, no raw fish, well above 60 degrees Celsius. Within 2 hours, his throat began to swell. His lips tingled. His blood pressure dropped. Sarah called 911. Paramedics pushed epinephrine. He was stabilized in the ambulance. He did not understand. He had eaten cooked fish. His allergist ran a panel. Anisakis-specific IgE antibodies. Positive. Highly elevated. The worms in Tokyo had rewired his immune system permanently. His body now recognized Anisakis.
He went to Japan and went to a Michelin star high dollar place that had never given anybody worms. Yeah, this was
his proteins the way a peanut allergy recognizes peanut proteins. And the protein responsible, NIS4, is thermostable. It survives cooking. It survives canning. Dead worms and cooked fish still carry the molecule that triggers the cascade. Dr. Audicana documented this pathway in 1995, over 30 years ago. A woman in Spain ate fully cooked hake and went into cardiovascular collapse from a dead parasite she had swallowed weeks earlier in a different country. The sensitization mechanism has been understood for 3 decades. There is still no routine screening for Anisakis IgE in any Western country. No warning on menus, no advisory at airports.
What up, Tara?
Daniel Mori now carries an EpiPen. He cannot eat fish, not raw, not cooked, not canned tuna, not fish sticks, not fish sauce and Thai food.
What up, Jim?
A structural engineer who grew up eating sushi with his mother in Osaka can never eat sushi again. His mother still does not fully understand why. She keeps offering. Here's where Daniel's story stops being about Daniel and starts being about the system. A man in Rome, Italy, same parasite, same symptoms. The surgical team diagnosed acute bowel obstruction consistent with Crohn's disease. They performed a full emergency laparotomy, a midline incision from sternum to navel. They cut him open, resected a portion of his bowel, stitched him shut. Recovery time, weeks. Surgical scars, permanent. In the pathology lab afterward, they found a single Anisakis worm inside the wall of the intestine, 2 centimeters long. He lost a section of his bowel to a parasite that could have been removed with an endoscope and forceps in 15 minutes. Nobody asked if he ate raw fish.
Right. And so how often is this happening? How often do people have IBS, Crohn's disease? And it's not IBS or Crohn's disease. It's freaking parasites. And think about it. What are they going to do? Imagine being on the medication for years, surgery, and then only after they cut a part of your guts out are they like, how many times out of 10 do you think when it goes to the lab and they find it, are they just like, just trash it? Results from underexposure.
40-year-old man in Japan. Routine screening endoscopy found what appeared to be early gastric cancer. Endoscopic ultrasound confirmed the depth. The team removed part of his stomach. Pathology found a small cancer, but directly beneath it, chronic anisacus granulomas had distorted the tissue so severely that the cancer appeared to invade deeper than it actually was. The boring tooth, even after death, changed the staging. He lost part of his stomach based partly on tissue distortion caused by a parasite nobody knew was there. Dr. Mohammed Qasim Khan at the University of Chicago published the warning that should be taped to every emergency room wall in the Western world. Anisakiddosis carries the ability to mimic common gastrointestinal diseases, including malignancy. It is imperative.
Imagine if you can be convinced that you've got cancer and you go through chemotherapy and all that other shit. The chemotherapy will kill the worms. If the worms die before you die, you survive chemotherapy. But you didn't get rid of any cancer. You got rid of the worms that you had that were giving you the cancer-like symptoms. It's
for clinicians to be vigilant. But clinicians are not vigilant because Western medical training treats anisakiosis as a Japanese problem, something you study for the board exam and never see in practice. And that made sense in 1985 when sushi was a niche cuisine. It does not make sense now. Raw fish consumption has gone global. Imported salmon from Norway, supermarket sushi trays, poke bowl chains on every block, ceviche from Lima to Los Angeles.
I was diagnosed with IBS about 10 years ago, but the rheumatologist ruled it out after tons of medication. And did they give you your money back for all that medication? It's scary when we get older how doctors actually don't know everything, kind of like teachers. I always thought they knew it. Yeah, right. And that's like what shows like ER and shows like House and stuff, it programs us to think the doctors, maybe not all of them, but one of them in the hospital will know it, boom, 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 boom. And that's exactly the opposite of the truth. It's the opposite of the truth. Why do you think those shows gets funded? Who do you think funds the initial pilot for those shows?
The parasite followed the supply chain across every ocean. The diagnostic training stayed in Tokyo. There is no pill, no anti-parasitic drug that kills anisakis in human tissue. Albendazole does not work. Ivermectin does not work.
No.
The only cure is a camera and a pair of forceps.
We're going to check something out real quick. We're going to check something out. Okay. Physical stress. Okay, right. Okay, does not often, but where is it at? 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 Okay, so wormwood is an herbal supplement traditionally used in folk medicine, but not recommended proven safe treatment for acute anicusis infection. So the thing is, you don't want them to grow 40 days after it wasn't even it was months after that he got the pain after he got it. So this is why it's important to do these things like every 3 months. And especially like I would say every 6 months, but every 3 months especially. And if you get home from anywhere else out in the world, absolutely. And it's so easy to get. And the thing is, if it doesn't kill it off, it can reduce how well they swell. It can make them so that they can't reproduce. So it's not just don't give antiparasitics, because antiparasitics that don't kill it off can make sure that it can't reproduce. I got nice clothes for tomorrow at the family funeral. Jeez, brother. I can't wear any Nirvana shirts. Yeah, probably a good idea. Someone said mushrooms. VA, no money compensation other than for how the sick meds made me.
A gastroenterologist physically seeing the worm and pulling it out by hand. The cure requires the correct diagnosis. The correct diagnosis requires someone asking the right question, and the right question requires the doctor to believe the parasite is even possible.
Right.
A CT scan cannot see a 2-centimeter worm. It only sees swelling. And that swelling looks exactly like Crohn's disease, appendicitis, bowel obstruction, or cancer. The imaging sends doctors in the wrong direction with high confidence.
Imagine how many people have a parasitic infection and it gets passed off and they get treated all this time, because even the when they do blood work, because it looks like the high white blood cell and then the low white blood cell count as cancer progresses can progress exactly the same way. Yeah, a lot of them are. Listen, it's only butthole worms that anybody do anything about, because if you can't see them inside of you, if you can't see them in the toilet, how do you know you have worms anywhere else? And these are painful. A lot aren't. They just eat all of your nutrition that you're putting in your mouth. They're just going to worms and stuff. Yeah.
I'm guessing they're diagnosing correctly based on what they can see. What they cannot see is the boring tooth. The CDC does not require anisakiasis reporting in the United States. Nobody knows the real American.
Right. And you know what's destroyed that? What's destroyed that is artificial flavorings. So things like this. Okay, here in this antiparasitic. Okay, we got fennel seed, marshmallow root, black walnut hull, pumpkin seed, slippery elm bark, wormwood herb, clove bud, garlic bulb, oregano leaf oil, peppermint leaf oil. Almost all of that would be used as flavorings in food. It's now artificial in a lot of cases. So you're not, even the foods that would act as an antiparasitic, you're getting artificial versions when you get stuff in bulk. Like not you buy stuff in bulk, but stuff that's made for the mass market, because they don't want to use garlic. They don't want to use clove. They want to use clove flavoring. They want to use garlic flavoring. And then so even these things that would act as a natural antiparasitic, when you're going to McDonald's and shit like that, you're not actually getting it. And that would absolutely help. Does anyone done? Yeah, yes, I do it every 3 months. Me, my mother, my father, my brother. Yeah, this is what I take right here. That's exactly what I'm showing you on the screen right here. This right here, it's the same thing, Paragard. Yeah, absolutely. I got it right. Well, this ain't my bedroom anymore, but yeah, right there. Absolutely. Every 3 months. Yeah, just order. Yeah, you can get it off my website, 110thgrade.com. It was so popular online a couple months ago. Yeah, it works. I tried the papaya thing, no apparent results. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, so no apparent results. So papaya seeds will kill a certain. This is why you want a broad spectrum. Things that do more than just intestinal worms. You need liver flukes and brain and meat and bone.
Number because nobody's counting. The FDA recommends freezing fish intended for raw consumption to minus 20 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Recommends, not requires. There is no federal mandate. Compliance is voluntary. Japan enforces
Every
the
3
protocol.
months, yes,
the rest of
every
the
3
world
months.
suggests
this
it
is
and
that
hopes for the
bottle's
best.
a year's supply.
Here's what I need you to understand.
And
the glitch in this.
I get liquid. It tastes like I think it tastes like pepperoni. My folks think it tastes like oregano. I mean, it's oregano oils, which the main flavor in it. But I don't know. It tastes like pepperoni to me. I mean, it's not bad. It's nice, like kind of. But but yeah, bone broth.
Story is not the
every 3
worm.
months,
The worm's doing exactly what
the
evolution.
first time, and it tells you what to do. Like adults, intensive support. The first time you take it, it's for 30. It's 30 drops 4 times a day for 30 days. Then every 3 months that you do it after that, it's 30 drops 3 times a day for 10 days. I've done the pills. We couldn't do the liquid. It was making me a bad reflux. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Evolution designed it to do. Daniel was an accident, collateral damage in a life cycle that has nothing to do with him. The glitch is the gap between what doctors know and what doctors ask, between what agencies recommend and what they enforce, between a parasite that infects 20,000 people a year in one country and a diagnostic framework that treats it as an exotic footnote everywhere.
Why so much what? It's drops, 30 drops. It's not a lot. I mean, I have failed today. What's up, dial up? But I do have liquid. Told my husband to use it. Yeah, you should. You guys should. Everybody should. Everybody should. You don't understand what we're up against, and I'm going to try to be an educational outlet. Why so much money? It's a year's supply. I mean, it's like that. That's Amazon's price. I don't mark it up or anything. It's but it's got a lot of ingredients. If you're trying to make a steak with all these ingredients, you're gonna have to make freaking pumpkin seed oil, make clove oil, make this and that. Yeah, it's $30, but that's a year, and it's more than a year. It's a year for like 3 people. Yeah, but hey, I would, and you can use it as if you like garlicky type oregano-y taste, you can add it to your food. It's just food. So you could put it on freaking meat. You could put it on, and it's going to do that too. And this is why I think things get any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Yeah. So if you just go over to click there to go to Amazon, it's Amazon's price. It's not. I just link to it. It gets me like 35 cents or something. But if I could get thousands and thousands of people to then it can help the channel out definitely. And I want to keep doing this for as long as I can. But I tell you what, one of the biggest things that I noticed the quickest, like after my first time, was I used to have like patchy, like psoriasis type stuff. It's gone. Like I would have like dry, scaly patches and stuff that for years, and it like I went to doctors for it, got creams, blah blah blah, steroid cream. They're just like, okay, just keep refilling it, keep getting refills. And then finally, after going through the last 5 years of studying everything I could about everything I could, I was like, all right, we're going to do an anti-parasitic. And now that I got chickens and stuff too, I was like, yeah, it's definitely, it makes sense. I do the dissolvable D3, so thanks for sharing. Hey, no problem, Tara. No problem. Yeah, if you can afford it, get it. If you have herpes and just scratch off, get yourself an anti-parasitic, Maya. Get yourself an anti-parasitic and see what happens. I know you're joking, but for anyone else, seriously, check out what an anti-parasitic does to herpes. And what did I say? Oh, you're talking about this the psoriasis and stuff. Yeah, it went away. My dandruff's gone, but also I also did things like I stopped using shampoos and conditioners, and I started just using the chlorinated water that comes out of the tap. But I did everything kind of all at the same time, and I started taking vitamins and minerals. So it was one of the 3 things. Yes, I'm very familiar. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm a Christian. Thanks for coming through. Okay, let's see.
A man in Chicago had worms boring through his stomach for 40 days because nobody asked if he...
No, so you don't have to buy protection because you're going... No. I wrote see ha ha and it made it go... I wrote and it made it go and... Oh, maybe it probably tried to translate it.
He ate raw fish. A man in Rome lost a section of his bowel because his infection looked like Crohn's on a scan. A man in Japan lost part of his stomach because dead worm tissue made his cancer look worse than it was. And a pediatric nurse sitting at a kitchen table at 2 in the morning found the answer in 20 minutes by doing the one thing 3 emergency physicians never did. She asked the right question.
Right.
Daniel said something I cannot stop thinking about. He said,
taught,
I design buildings, every load-bearing system.
We're not taught how to ask questions. We're told what to think. We're told when you get sick, you go to the doctor and whatnot. Thank you for the bouquet. Oh, did I miss it? Hey, thank you, Colton, brother. I wonder why it doesn't pop up over here. On my side, it popped up over here. No. Thanks, Colton, brother. I don't mean the weed variety. Yes, yeah. No, I got you. Yeah, I grow lots and lots of stuff. But no, not for protection of spiritual protection. No. And not when I start to get more financially stable, I definitely want to start growing way more herbs and whatnot, spices. And then now frickin' Sim wants me to start growing sea moss. Sea moss.
System has a failure point. If you know the failure point, you reinforce it. If you don't know it, the building comes down. The failure point in that emergency room was not a test.
But it's interesting how as kids and even as adults, we're taught if you feel bad or whatever, go to the doctors. Instead of saying, how does my body work? Why? What happens? What happens when I actually eat something? What does my body do to the food that goes into my mouth? What happens when it goes through? What affects what? I've never tried sea moss. All right, 69 Sim. Good night.
It's not a scan. It was a question. One question.
Oh, she brought it up earlier. Let's look into it. This is over anyway. Oops. Sea moss, often called Irish moss, is a type of red algae celebrated for its dense nutrient profile. Proponents claim it provides 92 of the 102 minerals the body needs, serving as a plant-based source of iodine, calcium, potassium, and fiber. While high-quality scientific research specifically limited, why? Why would it be limited? You think this shit would have all the money thrown at it? And we need to do something like this. We need to set up a lab to do stuff on this type of shit in particularly. Like there's gotta be, we've got to slide some of the money out of their pockets. Let's take a look. My powerhouse. Maya David. Okay, so let's see. So thyroid support, rich in iodine, which is essential for healthy thyroid, gut health, contains prebiotic fiber that feeds the good bacteria in your gut microbiome, potentially helping digestion and reducing inflammation. Packed with antioxidants and antiviral, it's used to help the body fight off minor infections. Topically applied skin sea moss gel is rich in sulfur and other minerals that can hydrate the skin and soothe issues like eczema and strengthen hair. Heart health, fiber found in sea moss can help manage blood sugar, lower bad cholesterol, supporting cardiovascular health. Well, it seems pretty freaking good, you know? And it's like, why don't we put this shit in our kids' school foods? Why isn't just this kind of stuff added? Why do they have to add red number 9 or red 40 or whatever it's called, rather than just using something like this? You know, and it gives all of those positives. Well, somebody might be allergic. Yeah, you haven't done any allergy tests on that other shit. Chia seeds, I did that for a little while. I did that for a little while, but I tell you what, I have not found a benefit more than taking a Paragard. That was probably one of the biggest benefits I found to how I feel day to day and like skin and like appearance stuff. And then the best feeling inside of my body, my head, my mind, the best thing I did was start taking proper amounts of B12, D3, K2. K2 was more for teeth and stuff that I've noticed a real big difference, like not having any plaque and stuff anymore and bad breath going away. I mean, nobody's perfect. I had a friend in Bible college who refused to use shampoo, used tea tree oil. Yeah, tea tree oil is good stuff. Yeah, it's real. Tea tree oil is really good for like fungal infections and stuff like that. It's good on the hair. It's good for people that are balding. Rosemary oil can start hair regrowing. If you've got male pattern baldness, which is typically caused from DHT in the scalp, which is dihydrotestosterone, it reverses that. So basically the dihydrotestosterone tells the hair, we don't need you anymore. The hair follicles, we don't need you anymore. So by removing the dihydrotestosterone, the body will start saying, oh, we need you again. And then the hair starts growing again. Yeah. Let's check it out. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can find a video on it. Oh, this is harvesting. How to grow sea moss in your backyard. Here we go, let's see.
Welcome back to your lockdown backyard gardening. Today I'm going to show you how you can grow sea moss. Now this was given to us by a next door neighbor who's had this sea moss for a long time. I'm going to try to propagate this, and here I'm going to put him outside in the garden in a bucket with rainwater. I've already taken a little section, a quarter of what we'll give it. I'm going to see if I can see if we can.
And that's something huge too. Using rainwater for your plants and stuff to get started. A lot of people have problems because the tap water will kill a lot of stuff that's required.
So we put them in a bucket. And I normally collect my rainwater, which comes straight from the roof. And from the top goes down to my little well, and let's collect some water. This is 100% rainwater. And we're going to tip it into the seeds. Now, if this works, this is going to be amazing. What I expect to see is hopefully by tomorrow, it's going to soak up all the water and turn into a sponge. And if that works, it means that it is absorbent and it will eventually start to grow new roots and eventually expand. And hopefully in a month's time, this whole bucket will be filled with sea moss. Let's go.
It's so interesting how it looks like our circulatory system.
And here you are. The following day, just like I expected, it has
soft spoken fella,
I was expecting to see.
Wow.
So I'm going to leave this, and every 3 days I will change water so that it doesn't start to stagnate. And I'll keep you posted. If this works, there's tons of benefits from the sea moss.
That's amazing. I think he said a month. No, hold on. I think he said a month.
The progress. Thank you.
There's no way. That would
leave
be
a comment
crazy.
if you've done this before, if it works, if I need to do anything else in the meantime. Just drop a comment. Really appreciate
maybe
it.
It is the next day. Maybe he said that. Maybe he said But let's go back and hold on. Let's see if he says what he did. Hi, I'm see if it's possible to expand CMOS. Hope this works. Can help regrow. Following along as I do an update in part 2. All right. Let's see. So no. Wow. That was just absorption. Wow. Okay. Wow. Let's see what he says here. Transcript. Where's the transcript? There's no transcript. Okay. Let me go back and see what he said.
Well, following day, just like I expected, it has done what I was expecting to see. So I'm going to leave this, and every 3 days I will change water.
Okay, all right. So okay, maybe it's the next day. He just said every 3 days we'll change the water. Well, let's go see. Let's go see. Let's see.
Tons of benefits.
Let's see if he put it in a playlist. Okay, maybe he's got him in a playlist.
Welcome back to Lockdown Backyard Gardener.
I wish he would have linked it. Snail farming, egg production, snail care, growing sea moss.
Welcome back to the Lockdown Backyard Gardener once again. As I promised, I will keep you posted.
Me too. I want sea moss
today,
too. I'm definitely gonna start.
I'm showing you the sea moss.
And I've got 1,000 gallons plus of rainwater that
doing. Right, place it right under the sun. I've added a little bit more water to it, and as you can see, it's doing very well. Well, in today's video, I'm gonna try to educate for those that don't know the benefit of sea moss, and if you do know already, don't be offended. Many people do not know about this. And
Snail Whisperer 1 is his name, Jim. Snail Whisperer 1.
Apparently, the sea moss is a family of seaweed. It's rich in iodine, and
that's probably why it's so red. That's why it's probably why it's so red, because of the iodine.
And it improves your health guts too. And it could also help with weight loss if you're trying to lose some weight, and promote your heart's health, and that's always a good thing.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. But how much of each? This is things that I'm going to look into. But right, you can get a multivitamin. It's got 92 out of 108 nutrients, but it's piss all. So we'll see. Where's my princess? Where's my princess? Okay, let's see. Let's just check that out real quick. Chemical analysis, sea moss. Chemical. Probably should do nutritional analysis of sea moss. New. Okay. See, look. You type in nutritional and look what it says. Calories, protein, carbs, fat, fiber, and sugars. What's up, ND? Let's see if we can find it. Okay. Highly abundant for iodine, 10 to 15% in a 10-gram serving of iron, 3 to 7% magnesium, trace vitamins A, C, E, K, and B complex, including folate. Iodine overload. Because it's an excellent source of iodine, consuming too much can disrupt your thyroid. Carrageenan. Sea moss naturally contains carrageenan, which is a thickening agent. FDA. Sea moss was marketed as dietary supplements, not regulated. Right? So I would like to find some actual... That's so crazy that they get into the freaking calories and whatnot. You know, I want to know what I'm actually putting in my body. I don't give a shit about the crude protein and stuff. Is that Space Cow?
In the night where the stars twinkle bright.
Oh, damn it. You're going to get me a freaking copyright ding.
On a journey
okay, it's rewrote. Never mind.
Flight. With a grin and a move, he's flying away through the Milky Way, where the comets play.
Space Cow.
Floating by planets, he's feeling so free. A cosmic adventure for all to see.
Okay, I got it. Okay. That's freaking cute. That's cute. Thank your Space Cow. Space Cow, thank your ND. Oh, come on.
Super glue.
Oh, you're it's gonna burn his mouth. It's gonna...
Eating super glue.
What a moron. What a moron.
Eating super glue.
What a dude. So that stuff heats up when it cures a lot. He's burnt the piss out of himself. Say thank you, Space Cow. Yeah, honeybee, this dude's freaking dumb.
Eating super glue.
Look at that look on his face. What a freaking moron. He's thinking, I screwed up. He's going to need to wash it down with whiskey. He spent a lot of time on that, moo cow. You're rude. That's why your quarters keep running out.
Eating super glue.
How old do you think this freaking nut job is? 20? 21?
Eating super glue.
I have no idea. I got no idea.
Eating super glue.
Dude, what a freaking moron. I'm not a moo cow. I'm Ketra's hot boyfriend. You want to see what he looks like? He looks like this.
In the night where the stars twinkle bright, there's a cow on a journey.
Yes, gross.
Flight. With
yeah,
a
you could be both.
And a moo, he's flying away through the Milky Way, where the comets play.
Where the comets play.
Floating by planets, he's feeling so free. A cosmic adventure for
and then
all
he's got
to
pee. Freaking awesome. This is freaking content, baby. Content. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. That is a space cow, Mr. Palad. ND discovered one. That is a space cow. Yeah, look at the wink. You can't even see it really, but it's winking at you. It's so cute. So cute. It would be funny if the face mask filled up with milk. That's right. Right, right. That's why we don't send people to the moon. His mama pushed entirely too hard. Getting that helmet out. Where's my boy at? There we go.
Smooth texture. It helps the mucous membrane in your body and helps your body get rid of any excess mucus. It's especially helpful in reducing congestion and clearing up phlegm buildup in the lungs, which is particularly helpful, especially now.
Oh, COVID.
2021.
4 years ago.
I don't need to say it.
I wanted to make a pun
You know
about
what
the
I'm
Milky
talking
Way.
about. And also, it's very helpful when you're dealing with a cold, common cold. Sea moss also contains
that's
vitamin
why
A,
his name
which
was
improves
Lockdown, the backyard gardener, because he was locked down, right?
production. It's also rich in vitamin E, which improves hair growths. The vitamins fights against oxidative stress, which
See, so this is Africa. They're actually talking about what
also, if you
vitamins
suffer
and
from
stuff
acne,
do.
pimples in the face,
Yeah, there you go.
it also helps
For pimples and
get rid of all that stuff, especially people with oily skin.
Yeah, we don't
It's a
talk
great
about
product.
that stuff in America. We don't talk about what
reduces
vitamins are going to
wrinkles
help with
and
medical
hydrates the
issues.
skin and protects from environmental elements. It also contains some key components that our body requires, such as calcium, magnesium, potassium, vitamin A, and vitamin K. Furthermore, eating 2 or 4 teaspoons of sea moss a day is safe, healthy, and potentially an excellent way to boost women's fertility.
Well, look at Africa. Seems to
Research
be
has
working pretty
suggested
good.
that women who are deficient in iodine are 4 to 6% less likely to get pregnant than women with normal iodine level. Right, and not to forget the benefits for you guys out there. Apparently in the Caribbean, sea moss, most commonly used as a natural aphrodisiac for men.
There you go.
It is
Caribbean
touted as a potent natural sexual enhancer. Rich in the zinc
Great.
content.
Now it looks like I'm going to be a
makes
freaking
it ideal for
moss
boosting
farmer.
testosterone and male performance.
Boosting testosterone and male performance.
And additionally, it also increases sperm count and mobility. So those are some of the health benefits of sea moss. If you've never tried growing one, I suggest you try it.
All right, then I'll do it then. Then I'll do it. I want to make a
beneficial
concoction
for
of all the strongest
the current
beneficial herbs,
times we
spice
live in.
powerhouse version making this
If you
tincture.
don't
No,
talk about-
brother, I'm 100% on board with helping out. If you wanna actually do it, I'm 100%. Like I can get a bunch of the ingredient lists together. What's needed, how much of what needs water extraction, what needs alcohol extraction. I was talking about the super glue eater. Oh. Yeah. And nobody caught him when he came out. Shit, freaking that guy. That freaking super glue eater. All right, let's thank this guy here. All right.
It will increase your health, your immunity, and also very, very make you look younger, healthier, and extremely fertile. So thank you guys for watching my video. Like I said, I like to do these experiments so that you too can see how it's done. And I don't always get it right, but I will try it anyway. As you can see, it's just changed to almost a golden-like colour. Imagine this inside the body. It is going to be so good for the lungs and the airway. And because of his slimy texture skin, nothing, no bugs, no seaweed.
Yeah, I've got. I mean, I was gonna say tons of, but it's a big ass, probably like 55-gallon bag of perlite, and I don't really use that much of vermiculite, but perlite, yeah. So like my tomatoes and peppers and stuff that grow. I don't know if you recall seeing where I have those buckets set up, and they've got the lines overhead that run off of pulleys. That's all. Those pots are all vermiculite, so they're self-watering. I have a pump that waters all of those, and then as the water runs through the vermiculite to the bottom of the buckets, it goes out of a little spout we cut into them back into a 2-inch PVC pipe that runs it back down into the bucket with the pump. So it basically works like a hydroponic system. It makes for that good wood. Yeah, right. That's right. Right. So it doesn't, like, soil will retain the water, and the perlite it'll just run through. Yeah, and so the water only adheres with surface tension rather than combining and turning into a mud. It doesn't. It adheres with surface tension to the perlite and or the roots, so that you're not overwatering it, and then you don't get root rot. Yeah, a lot of air pockets because it doesn't break down. It's not water loving.
No seaweed, no any pathogens can stick to it. It remains clean, and that is what helps.
And it's the thing is, it's like all of these things should be in our diet somewhere. You know, it's like it's good.
Stop talking.
What I would really like to see is an actual meal plan to hit what's required. But I know that the problem is absorption. We don't have the proper gut microbiome, especially with drinking chlorinated water and stuff. We don't have
400, so I can
so yeah.
get to my
And listen, 94 they were saying
subscribers.
a diet eat without supplementation is suicide. They were saying it 94. Hopkins, Johns Hopkins. Jeez Louise. That's pretty freaking cool. Let's see what else we can find. Okay. Snail Whisperer 1. Man, I can't wait to eat breakfast tomorrow. First time in a couple of days. Right now, how to implement, prepare, and cook these ingredients. Oh, right. How to. Right. And what happens after cooking? For instance, microwaves, like cooking in a microwave, can destroy mineral and vitamin content because the microwaves they're not medium heat, high heat. They're full temperature, so to speak, and then pulsed and then moved, like the beam is moved through the food. But where those beams hit can destroy the vitamin and mineral makeup of the foods that it hits. So it's the worst way to warm your food up. But even also heating, a lot of vitamins, minerals, not really minerals, but vitamins can be broken down by temperature. So, like, I would want to see, like, if it would be possible to do a before and an after, because heating can help with the absorption and the breakdown of fibers and stuff like that. It can be good, and you can absorb things better with heated foods, cooked foods. Do you recall your favorite blue-footed booby? I do. She had the house covered in plants. It was beautiful. Yeah, it is beautiful. That's what my house looks like. Well, now they're all outside, but yeah, during the winter, they're all inside. They cool. It breaks B12. I'm sure it does. Brick house. She's mighty. I gotta go. My precious granddaughter's here. My daughter's AC went out. We're trying to help out. God bless. Good night, brother Tony. You have a good night, my friend. right, where were we here? Sea moss cultivation, sea moss. Wow, I'm surprised. Wow, all of this is cultivation, cultivating, but not cultivating. It's more like harvesting. Dominicans DM sea moss revolution led by women. The chain value development teams. Wow, there's people around the world in Barbados like fighting to be able to take it. Sustainable cultivation of sea moss using bamboo rafts. Sea moss on the market. Wild crafted Jamaican sea moss farming. Interesting. Yeah, have a good night. Oh, Space Cow. Yeah. This is the same freaking kid. Lacto fermentation. Lacto fermentation. I wonder if this process ruins some of the nutrition. See, and this is the thing. Probably a little bit, but it also probably helps with the absorption. So that's the thing. Also, like iron, you can eat a freaking nail. It's a 5 grams, 10 grams of iron, but you're going to poop out 10 grams of iron. Like it's not going to absorb. So that's the thing also about through this process. This is why supplementation makes so much sense to me, because you know what you're putting in and what is absorbable of that. Like, lacto. You like some kimchi? All right, let's see what this freaking kid's got going on.
6, 7, 6, 7. Six, 7, 6, 7.
Thank you, Space Cow. Right. Makes it more bioavailable. That was you. That was frickin' Space Cow, Siraj. That wasn't my fault. Dude.
Eating super glue.
What temperature does super glue heat up to? – 180 to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, softens at that. Sorry. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Does super glue heat up when it cures? Yeah, super glue heats up when it cures. Hardening process is exothermic. It doesn't say the temperature. And then it just goes into... Yeah, and it's cyanoacrylate, so he's freaking pumping cyanide into his mouth. I'm trying to stay hip. Bro's not a professional. Touch of the tism. Take it easy, Tara. All right, let's see. Freaking moo cow. All right, let's see. Super glue curing temperature. It just says it can cure at room temperature at these temperatures, but it heats up. It should not be applied below 50 degrees. Yeah, but it doesn't say what the temperature. And then it says what it can withstand. All right, let's see. How hot does super glue get when curing? 90 degrees F. Okay, so it's not too bad. But I remember it getting hotter than that. A thick layer can spike the temperature higher. Okay, here you go. So that's a thin layer, right? Using a thick layer, which he's just piled onto his tongue, or putting it on fibrous materials like cotton. That's what he wiped it off with, a cotton freaking towel. Can cause it to spike high enough to cause minor smoking and burns. So yeah, he was definitely not happy about what he did. Yeah, right. If it was just a thin little bit of amount, it gets to about 100 degrees. But if you have a big glob, like if I've had a glob on my hand before, and that's what you start to realize first is that it's heating up. And he just freaking like that was a freaking. And then he wiped it off with the towel, and freaking dumbass. Man, it can go viral. But the thing is, kids these days don't understand that virality doesn't mean money. But I guess they don't know anything about money anyway. Most people don't know anything about money except that they want it. All right, let's see. You poor bastards, dude. Poor stupid kids. There's me. Get away from my... There we go. Okay. All right, what are we looking at here? Radium. Okay, let's look at this. Let's see what else doctors thought were good for us.
In the early 1900s, the world was obsessed with radium. It was put into cosmetics to give the skin a glow. Radium solutions were sold as medicines. The natural spa in Bath in England proudly advertised themselves as the only natural hot radium springs in Britain, where people could go and literally bathe in radium. To us, this all seems absolutely crazy. But in the early
parasites thing is that cancer treatments work as an anti-parasitic. So you have to wonder how many people get lost in that. What up, Necromancer? I thought my watch had radium when it glowed in the dark. A lot of them do. That. I'm sure they'll get into that. What up, Shirag? I ain't seen you in a while. Where you been? How you doing?
20th
you were here
century,
yesterday
radium
too, weren't
had
you?
an almost mythical reputation. Not only was it thought to have healing powers, some believed that it could actually grant unnaturally long life, and others believed that it could even create life itself. On the 3rd of February 1903, a Polish physicist called Jan Kazimierz Danisz began an experiment that would have mind-blowing implications. He took several dozen Mediterranean flower moth larvae and placed them into 2 separate flasks with enough flour for them all to live on for a long time. One flask was the control, which he left alone, and in the other he exposed the larvae to radium for several hours. Then he waited. In the control flask, multiple life cycles passed. The larvae developed into moths, laid eggs, which hatched into new larvae, which developed into new moths. But in the radium-exposed flask, something very different happened. The larvae that were nearest to the radium at the beginning died shortly after their exposure. But the larvae at the edges of the flask survived.
Let's lose our jaw.
And this is where things got weird. Danish watched these larvae closely for weeks. These larvae remained alive without developing into moths, while the control larvae went through 3 generations of life and death. This was unbelievable. It was described as if a young man of 21 should keep the appearance of 21 for 250 years.
So what happened is they got sterilized, and so they never turned into adults. Basically, am I thinking about this wrong? I'm doing good. Been swamped with work. Fixed my sleep cycles. This is when you wake up now. All right, brother. I'll be here. Larva over coke. That's what it looks like. My supermarket brother is a mechanic at Nuke. He can tell you everything you want to know. Oh. I'm doing good, brother. Monk would snort it.
just discovered the secret to eternal youth? Could radium grant unnaturally long life? What was this magical element? Radium had been discovered 5 years earlier by Danish's colleagues.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. Okay, it was discovered 5 years earlier, but they said it can lead to a long life. Using it can. How would they know? It was just discovered 5 years ago. It's not like it's been like 500 years, and the people that took radium 500 years ago lived to 150. It was only discovered 5 years before. And this is the thing, the pharmaceutical industry and the medical industry still market things in the same way. Like, this is going to make your life better, even though we've got no idea what the long-term effects are. It's such a freaking...
And Maria Skłodowska-Curie. By 1902, after years of hard work, the Curies had managed to isolate a whopping 0.1 grams of radium chloride. The story of how they did this is one of my favorites, so I'll link my video about it below. Radium was unlike any element that had been isolated before. It seemed to be an endless supply of energy, as it spontaneously and perpetually gave off light and heat. Thanks to its rarity and its unique properties, radium quickly gained an almost mythical reputation, and other scientists began producing it as well. In 1901, the French physicist Henri Becquerel, who had been the first person to observe the phenomenon that Marie Curie would later call radioactivity, placed a vial of radium in his waist.
Right. But they don't do that shit. They didn't do that with a lot of the latest drugs and vaccines and stuff. They just started giving them out. I tried making a silly song about flying shroom with AI, and it turned out to be a banger. All right, where it at? Expands your life plan if your heart doesn't expand. It makes you live your life too fast. That's the problem. Yeah, it's like you're 80 years old. You lived 80 years in the past 3 months. Wow.
His coat pocket for a few hours while working. Later, he noticed that he'd developed a burn on his skin in the shape of the vial. This was the first indication that radium has an effect on living tissue. What was particularly interesting was that it wasn't like touching a hot object. He hadn't noticed these burns forming until much later. After hearing about this, Pierre Curie applied some radium directly to the skin on his forearm and left it there for several hours to see what would happen. It left a burn even deeper than Becquerel's, but again, without causing any pain in doing so.
You might have went overboard. Here's the banger.
Kitchen glow with a rhythm so sweet, the oil's bubbling up, tapping to the beat, golden shrimp dancing, oh what a delight, with every sizzle I get,
really freaking good, really good, seafoody but really good.
They tell a story bold in its jazzy escape.
Andy wrote the song, Monk. What up, Hippocrates?
Let the world drift away in this jazzy soul. We find our way. Chop up some garlic and let the magic begin.
Chop up some garlic and let the magic begin.
Softly, I lose the din. Each crispy layer,
like a brushstroke.
Perfection, oh, they're truly divine. With a touch of green on a plate they gleam, savoring flavors, living the dream of frying shrimp. Hear the sound of love underneath the stars, the moon shining above. Every bite, let the world drift away. In this jazzy soul, we find our way. So raise a toast tonight's life.
listen to that on a daily. I ain't scared. Nice. Nice. The flavor saver.
This got people thinking. Could radium have any beneficial effects on tissues? Just like any pharmaceutical, take too much and it may cause issues, but with the correct dosage,
Look at the
it could have
advertising.
restorative
This
effects.
quickly cured
Maybe
me.
these
Need I
radium
say
rays
more?
can be harnessed in the same
That was
way.
a family of prawns.
You've got to bear in mind here that nobody could have possibly known how
they had dreams
dangerous
of
this
being
truly
eaten
was. I
and
mean, how
becoming
bad
good
could a
food.
few superficial burns be? Nobody could have imagined the long-lasting effects of radioactivity at the time. So this line of thinking was very logical and it was definitely worth exploring. This led to Danish's incredible moth experiment 2 years later. What he observed with the moths follows the pharmaceutical analogy perfectly. The larvae that were too close to the radium died because they received too high a dose, but the ones that were just the right distance away were granted unnaturally long life. So, if radium can extend life, maybe it possesses some kind of life energy, and maybe this life energy can be harnessed to create life from nothing. 2 years after Danish's bizarre moth experiment, an Anglo-Irish scientist called John Butler Burke published an even crazier finding. Burke had performed an interesting experiment where he sprinkled some radium salts over some gelatinous beef broth. Importantly, everything had been sterilized beforehand. After a day or so, a strange culture-like growth appeared on the surface, which notably did not show up in the control experiment. Now, this shouldn't have been possible since everything had been kept in a completely sterile environment.
Jax, I do remember
It seemed like the radium was creating a strange form of life. Over the next several days, the growth seemed to spread downwards into the broth. When looked at under a microscope, it was clear that these strange growths appeared to look like cells. Over time, these cells grew and even replicated. However, when transferred to a fresh medium, Burke couldn't get a culture to grow like an ordinary microbe would do. They certainly weren't bacteria. He also said that they didn't behave like crystals, since the stoppage of growth at a particular stage of development is a clear indication of a continuous adjustment of internal to external relations, and thus suggests vitality. Burke named these strange radium birth structures radiobes, and he believed that these radiobes existed somewhere on the border of living and non-living. Maybe they were evidence of an ancestor to life as we know it. How amazing is that?
This is how wackadoodle freaking. This is how wackadoodle ass. Evolution theories come from. Somebody dumps freaking something radioactive on beef broth and says, "Oh, this is where humans came from."
Follow this path further.
Zombies.
Well, even at the
Something
time,
freaking
scientists were
crazy,
skeptical that
Cheryl.
Burke had actually created a
Radium
strange form of
microdosing.
life, as he'd suggested. The legendary Scottish chemist Sir William Ramsay, discoverer of the noble gases, published a brilliant criticism of Burke's work, where he proposed a much more likely
These are all
explanation.
guesses, though. Can life be produced by radium? These are all just guesses. Like they got no clue. They don't even know They don't even know that there's things inside of a cell at this point in history. They think a cell is just a glob
You
of
see,
shit.
scientists, including Ramsay, had observed that
Radium
radium
snort.
emits a strange radioactive gas that Ramsay called radium emanation. I actually made a separate video all about the absolutely beautiful early experiments involving radium emanation and how it was discovered to be a brand new element, so I'll link that below if you want to check it out. Ramsay, being a master of inorganic chemistry, proposed that when Burke sprinkled the tiny radium bromide crystals onto the gelatinous broth, they slowly sank below the surface and, as radium was known to do, began to decompose the water into hydrogen and oxygen. Along with the radium emanations that were being
they
emitted,
were
this
bubbles.
created tiny gas
They were
in the
bubbles,
gelatin.
and these guys are saying this is where life started. It made bubbles.
The radium emanations would then cause the protein in the broth to coagulate around the edges of the gas bubbles, creating a thin skin around the bubble. This is something else that radium emanations were known to do. The radium emanation could eventually diffuse through this skin, leaking out to form additional bubbles, giving the effect of multiplying cells. Now, to me, that sounds extremely logical, but I'd love to hear what you think in the comments below. Guys, just really quickly before we move on, I have an exciting announcement to make. I finally have an official Chemistorian store, and to celebrate, I'm having a launch sale for the next 7 days. Head over to chemistorian.dashery.com to check out merch such as this really cool radium t-shirt. It took a lot of back and forth between me and the designer.
I am very happy to announce that I did in fact get my penis out of the air fryer that I got it stuck in. Words can't even express the support I've been getting. Honestly, it's been overwhelming. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Like, it's been such a cruel, cruel time. I am very...
Freaking wackadoodle. Nocturnal emissions for the win. Have you seen those YouTubers that put computer chips in a microscope? Yeah. I love watching that stuff. I love seeing that stuff. Yeah. Damn it. I'm subscribed to one of the guys. Well, two of the guys. The EEV blog is one guy that does it. The guy that's from Australia, and then one guy here in America. His name is Evil Eye or Evil something, Evil Moth, Evil something. And he does a lot of like YouTube shorts where they zoom in and he shows like the art that they do on them and stuff, like peeing skyscrapers.
Designer to get something I was happy with, but just look at how cool this is. I wanted to have a grungy rock and roll band t-shirt with a Chemistorian twist, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. I also made a design myself. This one is for you science nerds out there. It's inspired by my history of the atom video.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. I seen lots of things like that. I seen ones with pineapple juice. I seen ones with capsaicin. Richard, I dare you to listen to the CIA Gateway tapes 2 hours a day for 5 days. Jeez.
And it shows the evolution of the atom, starting with Dalton's solid sphere model, then Thomson's plum pudding model, Rutherford's nuclear model, Bohr's quantum shell model, and finally Schrodinger's electron cloud model.
They're great.
Both of these designs are available on all kinds of merch, including t-shirts, hoodies, mugs, wall art, and more. So if you've been looking for a way to support the channel, now's the perfect time to get yourself some Chemistorian gear. Okay, back to the video. So radium was certainly seen as a wonder element. The English physician Dawson Turner, who was an early pioneer of using X-rays in medicine, was naturally drawn towards the strange rays being given off of radium. If they could cause burns, maybe there was a way to harness them to target damaged tissues.
What up, little native mama?
After a lot of experimenting with his patients, in 1911 he published the first ever manual on using radium in medicine. Now, I could make an entire video about the stuff in this book, so let me know in the comments if you want to see that, but I'll just give you some highlights for now. This 76-year-old man had been suffering from an ulcer in his eyelid for 23 years. Turner treated him by covering the patient's eye with a piece of lead and holding a small vial containing 10 milligrams of radium bromide against the ulcer for a total of 14.5 hours across multiple sessions. 2 months later, the ulcer was gone. This 24-year-old woman had a large port wine stain on her face, which Turner treated by holding 10 milligrams of radium bromide to different parts of her face for up to an hour at a time. Over several sessions, she was exposed for 55 hours in total, and a year later, parts of discoloration had visibly disappeared.
I got headphones.
Turner used radium in similar ways to treat all kinds of conditions, from warts and birthmarks to cancer. It was working. Radium was curing people of all kinds of ailments, and thus began the radium craze of the early 20th century. By this time, the radium industry had grown to the point where manufacturers and companies popped up everywhere, advertising radium-based cosmetics, spas where you could go and bathe in radium waters, and radium medicines that cured all sorts of ailments. The American golfer, Evan Byers, drank hundreds of bottles of the stuff over the span of a few years to heal some chronic pain. On top of this, the United States Radium Corporation, or USRC, developed radium-based glow-in-the-dark paint, which they called Undark, which worked by mixing radium with zinc sulfide, a compound that glows in the presence of radioactivity. The paint was applied to things like watches and compasses. By the early 1920s, companies like the USRC had started to notice that people who worked closely with radium seemed to get injurious effects.
Yep.
So they kitted out their
jaws
chemists with
falling
lead
off-
screens,
off.
tongs, and masks to reduce their exposure.
Yeah, the watch thing you were talking about.
Nonetheless,
Yep.
the women that they hired to apply the radium-containing paint to the watch dials weren't told about the dangers. In fact, they were taught to regularly put the brush between their lips to create the fine point needed to paint the small dials. Many of these women developed anemia, weak bones, and necrosis of the jaw. One of these women was Grace Fryer, who worked as a dial painter for 3 years until she got a new job as a bank teller in 1920. In 1922, her teeth began falling out.
One of the
and it wasn't
reasons
until
that the
1925
feminism movement started saying that women weren't allowed to work until the 1960s or whatever is so that the women that were killed in industry and maimed from stuff like this was to try to push it out of history. To say, no, women didn't die, that women weren't allowed to work. It's such freaking bullshit. It's so crazy. It's insanity.
when a doctor suggested that it could be related to her previous job. It took 2 more years before she was able to find a lawyer willing to take on her case, but in 1927
Not
she
today,
filed
she
a
would.
lawsuit. Emboldened by her fearlessness, other dial painters joined her. By the time of their first court appearance in January 1928, 2 of the women were bedridden and none of them were strong enough to raise their arms to take an oath. The USRC ended up settling out of court and paid each woman $10,000 as well as $600 per year and covered their medical and legal bills. The case was widely publicized and thanks to the Radium Girls, as
Beats
they
is
became known,
back.
the public quickly
About
realized the
frickin'
dangers
time,
of
brother.
radioactivity. Sadly, but not surprisingly, Fryer and the rest of the Radium Girls had died from cancer by the mid-1930s. By this time, dozens of other radium painters had also died. In the public eye, radium went from a wonder cure to a death sentence, and for close to a century, the word radioactivity has been associated with extreme danger. Despite this, we've learned so much about radioactivity over the decades, and today it's found multiple
I don't wanna
hugely
be a
beneficial
history nerd
uses,
anymore.
including radiotherapy,
Luke-Al was
medical
right. It
imaging,
was a scam all
sterilizing
along.
food and medical equipment, thickness gauging in manufacturing, and radiocarbon dating, just to name a few. All of these amazing technologies can trace their origins back to that once mystical element.
History got old.
Radium.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
On the 3rd of February 1903, Polish physicist Jan Kazimierz Danish began an experiment that would have mind-blowing
All right, this is a
implications.
minute long, then we'll watch
He
the one
took
with them.
several dozen
All right,
Mediterranean
Gerard, brother.
flower moth larvae and placed them into
Have you seen
2
the guy that
separate
would be
flasks
radioactive
with
almost
enough
no
flour for them all to live on for a
nope.
long time. One flask was the control, which he
look
left
that up.
alone, and in the other
Alright,
he
we just saw
exposed
this. Okay, let's see. What's the guy's name? I'm surprised it's not here. I know shorts will be here. Let me do it here. Yeah, Evil Monkey Designs. This is the guy I was talking about. Evil Monkey. I don't. Yeah. Yeah, brother B. You've known that for a long time. Oh, smash. All right, hold on. Let's do this real quick. Yeah, this guy here, Evil Monkey Designs. Yeah, look at this. This is how complex this stuff. B to B, get it? I just did this shit stupid. Yeah, not worth it. 1995. Sonic on a chip. Let's see here. Oops. Nice. CIA are gonna be pissed. Society in suburbs. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Nah, I figure it would fly way much faster than that. It must be his buddy. Yeah, these are all really long. Okay, let's say some shorts.
What does an egg have to do with this component? Absolutely nothing. This is the ADSP-3220, a floating point arithmetic and logic unit made by Analog Devices. This specimen was attached to an interposer, which I uninstalled before heating the part up to remove the lid for a closer look at the silicon chip inside. The ADSP-3220 is from the mid-1980s, and it was designed to work alongside the ADSP-3210 multiplier to build high-speed and numerical processors for scientific and engineering applications. Located on this silicon chip are a set of two initials, likely the engineers that worked on this design. This part supported IEEE 754 single precision and double precision floating point math, along with 32-bit fixed point operations. This chip handled tasks like addition, subtraction, normalization, rounding, and exception detection. The ADSP-3220 used a pipelined architecture and could reach about 10 M-flops, which was impressive performance for 1986. Rather than being a complete DSP by itself, it was instead intended as one piece of a custom floating point computing system.
Now. I have two in my window doing sex, hardcore pigeon sex. Hardcore pigeon. Let's see if I can find something here. Pigeon sex. Oh. All right, let's see. We're gonna start winding it down. Let's find something fail-esque. How mercury is produced. Oh, let's watch that. No way. No way.
Every year, more than 2,000 tons of mercury are produced worldwide. We're talking about one of the strangest metals in existence, and also one of the most toxic and dangerous on the planet. A material capable of poisoning the human body with just a touch, used in the manufacture of weapons, chemicals, and even in industrial processes like gold mining. But
all right, you can post the link in the chat, Jim. I'm talking about birds. We're talking about crazy X. You just had coitus. Uh-oh. Yeah, you don't. X's are X's for a reason. You ain't learned that yet.
Hello, everyone. Kick of the Tree, part 17. Let's get it. Kick that tree 3 ball. Good times. It was probably you chill for my TikTok. Let's go video. You'll see next. I've got to go out. Bye.
This freaking kid, dude.
Hello, everyone. Kick of the Tree, part 17. Let's get it.
Kicking the Tree, part 17.
Kick that tree 3 ball. Good times. It was probably you chill for my.
That's freaking guy.
have you ever wondered how it's actually made?
Remember X.
Where does this dangerous yet essential metal come from? Well, today we'll travel directly to China, home to one of the most gigantic mercury mines on the planet.
Yeah,
a place where every day
work.
Tons of rock and minerals are crushed, heated, and transformed until they give life to one of the most unique and hypnotic metals in existence. Get ready then, because you're about...
And what am I looking at? Eating elements. You can post it in the chat, dude. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I'm looking up some guy named React. All right, let's see. X's history. I cannot delete. Incognito mode. Sweet cordial. She's mad at me all the time. That don't sound cordial. How are you, stylus? Stylus gramophone. Yeah, I get it. Monk tried pure potassium veins get too healthy. Yep. Yeah. This is what real food will do for you. Not artificial pineapple flavor. This man decided to eat radioactive uranium.
Radioactive uranium.
I don't
That
know,
material
brother.
that I just ate
People link it.
is not soluble
Tyler?
in body fluid.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Galen Windsor was a renowned physicist in the United States. He designed and worked on many nuclear power plants.
He was using pineapple juice to destroy parasites. A lot of us have parasites and we don't know it. A lot of time they get doctors think that it's cancers that's causing lumps and things, but it's actually parasites in a lot of cases. And so, like, I have an interest in making sure people stay parasite free.
Windsor believed that the fear of radiation had been exaggerated, so that a few powerful people can control power resources, like coal and oil, and manipulate electricity prices. To prove his point, Windsor ate uranium live on camera. He swam in the reactor cooling pools to convince the public and also drank the nuclear reactor water to prove his point. Windsor died in 2008 at 82 due to an unknown cause. This man decided to eat radiation.
I played Diablo way back in the day. All right, then I must buy an entire pineapple stock from my local supermarket. So there's something very interesting in pineapple called bromelain. Bromelaine's actually very good for COVID, and if you have the COVID vaccine, it can create too many spike proteins in your body, and bromelain does that same thing to COVID virus, and it's actually known. Bromelain and spike protein. Bromelain is a group of protein digesting enzymes found in pineapples that shows promising potential against SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. It works by cleaving the proteins and breaking their structural disulfide bonds, which prevent the virus from bonding to host cells and reduces the infectivity of existing spike proteins. So yes, it's definitely very good. And if you have any side effects from the jab, it can actually help with that if you're someone that has side effects, because that's what the jab does, is it creates spike proteins without the virus, so that your body, your immune system can read the spikes, learn how to counteract the spikes, so when the virus enters, it can destroy those spike proteins. But bromelain does the same thing. I just drank substitute coffee. Oh, substitute coffee. 82 isn't bad, kind of proved his point. Yeah. I want to try it. Don't do that. Carcinogens are so common at this point. Yep. Moo poo. What kind? Yeah. Don't talk about that stuff. They say that ivermectin can fight against certain cancers. Yes, absolutely, it can, 100%. And there's a lot of blends now, like ivermectin fenbendazole, which is used on a lot of cancers. Because this is the thing, a lot of times, the problem is when things get out of control. When cancer cells start to multiply too much, too quickly that your body can't fight them as good. So they get out of control. And what things like these drugs can do is they basically tell the body to put more of its mind on things that aren't yours, like cancer and parasites. It's limitless. Watch out for the hunter. Nah, I think we'll be all right. It looks like someone gave their scam up on their scam channel. Oh my gosh, we'll keep saying it. It's all right. It's shish. I'm trying to type out a sentence and my keyboard randomly sends a chat. Yeah, it happens a lot in here. Madonna Phil for a few months, not worth it. Yeah, you need some air conditioning, B2B. You gotta get your air conditioning fixed, brother. You should instead of having your ex-girlfriend come by to heat up the place. All right, where are we at? You guys now ready.
What I have here just looks like a bunch of generic metal chunks.
Yes.
However, what I think
yes. Hunta means scam or foolish or easy to fool. Yeah. Also stands for liver.
is cool is that this is actually pure calcium. I've always thought it was weird to think of calcium as a metal, but I mean, it is. It's also pretty sensitive to air and moisture, which is why it's safely stored and protected in this glass ampule.
My scam channel is goated. The liver kid.
But anyway, now that the calcium is free, there's something I've been really wanting to try with it. So I collected a small amount of it, and now I just want to drop it into some water. It all started reacting almost immediately and turning into calcium hydroxide, which was making the water white. On top of this, though, it was also releasing flammable hydrogen gas, and I really like the little popping sound.
He's still trying to do the social media thing. Ebola, have you ever seen a pig wearing
What I have here just looks like a bunch of generic metal chunks.
Yeah, they have
However, what I think is cool is that this is actually pure calcium.
I guess we're going to see some pigs in panties. Oops. You can drink that. That's fine after it's calcium hydroxide. You gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. Have you seen his video on the reaction with aluminum and mercury? Yeah, I've seen it too. Yeah, we can look at it. Now you don't need to fantasize, Cheryl. Now you don't need to fantasize. Yeah, woo! What's up, sexy? Freaking wackadoodle. Yeah, Nile Red. Let's turn that off. Yeah, here it is. John
Mercury forms alloys with most metals in a process known as amalgamation.
I just question why they want to spray aluminum in the skies and create fake clouds. That's not just aluminum, it's also silver halide. Now, I'm very familiar with John Pork. Face Cal sends it all the time. Nope, ain't gonna eat your dookie, brother. It's all above my pay grade.
Last week, I messed around and tested it out with some gold leaf, and it was pretty cool. This time, though, I'm gonna see what happens when I add it to aluminum. It's supposed to be quite destructive, which is why you're not allowed bringing mercury on a plane. So, I went to Home Depot, and I bought a strip of aluminum. I cut out a small section and drilled a hole about halfway
John
through.
Pork is Space
This
Cal
little
special.
crater is important because mercury is super annoying, and without it, it would just slide off the plate. Under normal conditions, aluminum is surrounded by a protective oxide layer.
Yes,
Metallic-
it would eat the plane. It would convert the aluminum into aluminum mercury amalgam, which you'll see here is super brittle. Gallium does the same thing. Made bacon out of them.
Mercury isn't able to
Not
penetrate
good to
through
have,
this barrier,
and you can't
so it
see
kind of does
like,
nothing.
It
Sometimes it's
he's
possible to
doing
get
a
things
very
going
big thing,
by
a
manually
very, very
scratching
small
away the
area. If
oxide
it was
layer.
on a larger
I
source,
tried
it
doing
would
this
just
about 2 or
eat
3
in and then it
times,
just snaps
but
apart.
it
It's like
wasn't working
paper.
for me.
It turns it so brittle.
I even tried to brute force
cardboard.
things using a drill,
Mercury
but that
liquid
didn't get
drink will
things
cure
going
all
either.
diseases. Yep.
I thought that
It'll
maybe
end-
it was
it'll-
just
it'll
super
end your
slow to get
suffering.
started, so I went to lunch and I left it for about an hour. When I came back, nothing had changed, so clearly I have to use a different strategy. Instead of trying to remove the oxide layer mechanically, I'm gonna try to do it chemically. So I took out all the mercury and I added some dilute hydrochloric acid. The hydrochloric acid quickly reacts with the oxide layer and dissolves it away. This exposes fresh aluminum metal, which also reacts with the acid. I let it go for about a minute, and then I get rid of the acid.
Yes,
With the acid
yes,
gone,
yes.
we'll start to reform the
Yeah,
oxide
remember,
layer.
they used to use a silver mercury amalgam because it makes it gummy, and they would push it into teeth fillings as teeth fillings. Yeah, I think liquid gallium looks good too.
So it's important to add the mercury quickly. The amalgamation started almost right away, but it's really hard to see. In the reflection, you can see me lean over to get a better look, and I noticed some very small hairs forming between the aluminum and the mercury. In real time, this process is really slow, so I set things up for a time lapse.
Yeah.
So the
I
major
met a
thing
guy
going
that
on
tried
here
to unalive
is the
himself by
combination
drinking
of the mercury with the aluminum to form the amalgam. Some of the amalgam that forms gets
Why?
dissolved in the mercury and
why
makes its way
that
to the
way?
top.
I read chemistry way
When
back
it
in high
gets
school,
there,
reading the elements
it
of
comes in
the
contact with oxygen in the air, and it reacts to form white aluminum
the
oxide.
past, like, 10 years or
This
so,
part
we
of the
had
process is pretty short-lived though, because it quickly gets covered and protected by the oxide. This prevents fibers from growing directly from the mercury, but obviously they continue going out from the sides. This happens because some of the mercury is dissolving into the aluminum. The amalgam here also reacts with air to form the oxide, but the difference is that it doesn't shut itself down.
Right. So the top of the Washington Monument is a cast piece. I think it's 18 pounds of aluminum, and it was more valuable than gold. So when they put the top, you know, I'm talking about the big spire at Washington D.C., the big obelisk. It's capped with a piece of aluminum that was supposedly worth more than gold back then because of that. And nobody would be able to get up there to reach it. Aluminum cap, Washington Monument cap. There you go. Yeah, right up top. That's big old hunk of aluminum cap. An 8.9-inch solid aluminum pyramid installed on December 6, 1884. Served as a lightning rod and chosen because it was as valuable as silver. Okay, silver. The east face engraved with the Latin phrase "Laus Deo," praise be to God. $1.10 an ounce. Yeah, that's crazy. Now it's like 50 cents a pound. Do you recall your favorite Muse album? I don't think I do. Washington, you reckon? It could be. Somebody would go up there and steal it without a doubt. Floating through space.
The dissolved mercury
They
can
have a mining
continue to
industry
creep along the
films from the
surface
1950s
and
real-
amalgamate
hold on.
more
They have
aluminum.
mining industry films
In
from the
theory,
50s
this
here on
process
YouTube,
should
everyone.
keep going until the entire surface is covered with a
Brother,
thick layer of the
mining
oxide.
stuff, the old 1940s, World War II, like training films. I love that YouTube's got all that stuff available.
The mercury could also penetrate deeper into the aluminum and compromise its strength, but I think that takes a really long time to do. About 4 hours later, I decided to end the time lapse. I spun the thing around, and when I noticed the other side looked a lot cooler, I was a little bit sad. Anyway, when I poke at it, you can see that it's not structurally very strong. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I was surprised at how fragile it was.
I don't know.
It looks like there's quite a bit of aluminum oxide here, but surprisingly, there's only about 200 milligrams. I went to clean things up a little, so I scraped away a lot of the oxide. On the edges, this reveals fresh aluminum amalgam, which is the silver stuff that you see. As usual though, it quickly reacts and turns gray again. As I said before, some of the mercury has dissolved into the aluminum. I was really curious to see how much more amalgamation would occur if I took away all the visible mercury. So I removed the large drop and I cleaned things up. I then left it out and did another time lapse over the course of a couple hours. There was apparently enough left to get a decent amalgamation going, but it was actually less than I was expecting.
That's why I smoke it, that dopamine.
I cleaned things up again, and this time when I scraped the edges, they're not silver like before. Clearly the amalgamation process is done. I think the reason that it stops is because all the mercury that's present is amalgamated with aluminum, but it's hidden under the oxide layer. Without the main drop in the middle, we don't have excess mercury to creep out and continue making more amalgam. It also might be possible that small amounts of mercury are taken away as the fibers grow, but I don't know if that actually happens.
Yeah, so gallium does way worse.
I've heard that if you put liquid gallium metal onto aluminium, or aluminum as you may call it, the gallium is sort of absorbed by the aluminium and it forms a new alloy, which becomes really brittle and soft. So I thought I'd give it a go with this Coke can. I wanted to leave the top closed, so I carefully pierced it with a knife a couple of times to empty out the drink. Then I filled up a syringe with liquid gallium, which I had warmed to melting point, and made a pool of it on the top of the can, like this.
That's a lot of frickin' gallium.
It looks really cool, and I left it like this for a few hours to see what happened. When I came back, the gallium had set, and it didn't really look much different. I removed the gallium, and it looks absolutely no different from before. I tried pushing it with my finger and a screwdriver, and it seems just as strong as it was to begin with. Adding gallium hasn't changed it at all. I had a look at the can, and rather than specifying it was made from aluminium, it just says metal. So I wondered if it was an alloy, which was unaffected by the gallium. So next I found that this Red Bull can does state it is made from aluminium. So I drained it out into a bowl.
It just says metal. Mercury is very strange, though. It should be studied more. Right. You figure
and repeated the experiment.
It has to have been. It just probably isn't publicly available. There's liquid gallium AI. No.
By adding gallium
to the
wasn't
aluminum.
Top. I let it sit there for a few hours, and when I returned and removed the gallium, the can seemed absolutely unaffected. It hasn't been weakened, and it's just as strong as it was before. And with the next hour, it seemed to change.
Here you go, because he scratched the lid.
It was absorbed into the aluminium and appeared to change the structure. I took the Coke can and gave it a poke with my finger, and to my amazement, I was able to poke a hole straight through it. The can had become soft and almost stretchy.
So the stretchy makes sense. So the insides of the cans, because they're aluminum, and sodas use a lot of phosphoric acid, which can eat the aluminum. So they spray the inside of soda cans with a plastic, like a rubber, so that the acid can't touch the aluminum. That's why it's stretchy. FTV with my corn as a kid. You like that?
You can just sort of tear off the top and roll it up with your fingers.
Roll it up with your fingers. Metal termites.
Pretty cool, huh? I kept pulling and removed the whole top.
Yeah, that aluminum can't be good for him. Can't touch this.
The rest of the structure did appear unaffected. My fingers were covered in this silvery grey coating, which is non-toxic, and easily washes off with soapy water.
Yeah, you'll be fine till he's 82. It'll just drop
Next,
dead.
I had a look at the Red Bull can. There was still a big blob of gallium on the top, so I removed that and gave it a poke.
He gave it a poke.
And yes, it too had
Looks like
become soft
artificial
and brittle.
fish bait.
Not as much as the Coke can, but maybe the area that I sanded down wasn't as big.
So he sanded the oxide
It's not as
layer
flexible
off.
as the Coke
I
can
was
was.
playing Rocket League and someone kept talking she is in chat, so I wrote trash talking games, a 10-year-old behavior. The match was over. It goes, I'm pushing 11, by the way. As FX, yes. They mix ethanol with our petrol. Yes. Yep. Yeah. And cows. Didn't Francis Bacon die? Francis Bacon, cause of death. It says died of pneumonia. He says, while performing an outdoor experiment stuffing a dead chicken with snow to test if cold temperatures could preserve meat. But we can also get ethanol free at some stations, yeah. Yep, absolutely it will. Yep, it'll absolutely wreck it. He got ethanol free. Yeah, we got it. You can go. Yeah, it's going to be expensive. Yep, it's very bad. It's very bad. It's bad for inside of your car. It's bad for your injectors. It's bad for a bunch of stuff. Yeah. But we got to save the world, right? I mean, and you notice now that global warming, climate change isn't a thing anymore now that everybody wants data centers. Now we can burn anything we need to make more power. And it's absolutely crazy that global warming, climate change is gone away. It's gone, just, oh no, we did the numbers wrong. Our math was wrong. That's the excuse that they give. The math in our models were incorrect. I will still pull more than you without hair, Mew. Oh, look at this. Let's see what this one does.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben and welcome to my channel, Prestio. Now in this video I'm gonna melt these four aluminum ingots here in my melting furnace, and when they are molten I'm gonna pour them in this huge cast iron mold, and then I will end up with a larger aluminum ingot. And when that is done I'm gonna melt this World Cup trophy. I made this more than a year ago. It's made from gallium. It melts at body temperature, and when that is molten I'm gonna put the gallium on that large slab of aluminum and see what happens. Now, this video is inspired by the Backyard Scientist. He did a video with gallium and aluminum not so long ago, and the result is quite astonishing. Now, I will link the Backyard Scientist's video in the description below. Be sure to check it out, guys. It's quite amazing. Okay, now let's take these ingots to the melting furnace and start melting some aluminum. Here we go. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the video, guys.
Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. I miss my Backyard Science show. I used to watch as a kid. Yeah, they were good. She was saying otherwise. Aloofness. I remember freaking we also Oh, imagine spilling all that shit. That must be hot stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's a lot of energy. A lot of energy. You like corn soup? Indeed, a female. The only female attention you get from your mom. Molten lava looks like orange sunshine. Have you watched the Death? Yeah. Yeah, I used to watch that all the time. His channel. I actually seen him. He's still doing stuff. That's gallium. That's just warm water. 5-hour energy.
Now I have the syringe filled with gallium here. I'm gonna do it in this groove. I'm gonna let it sit for a couple of hours and then see if something has happened. Okay, here we go.
Oh man, it's already starting. Look at the... Oh, I thought I was gonna keep it on there a while. Not really. Only, I mean, so very rarely, because we have freedom of religion here. So some Muslims and Indians do have arranged marriages. Like it's not, but it's for Christians, Catholics, and people that aren't of those. It's not a thing. It's just so people like. It's rare, is what I would say. The death ray. Galuminium.
Welcome back. Now something interesting has happened here, but first I'm gonna do a little bit explaining. So after I put on the gallium, I came back after 6 hours and nothing happened. So I took this drill here, I drilled in some small holes, only halfway through, so that the gallium could seep in deeper into the ingot. And then I waited 24 hours longer. After 24 hours, in total, nothing happened so far. So I waited 24 more hours. So in total, I waited 48 hours. It's now 48 hours later. I woke up this morning, I came to my workshop, and I found this. The gallium is on the workbench. There is still some gallium on the ingot. And as you can see, I'll zoom in a bit. You can see a crack here, and I think, it's all the way cracked through. So I'm gonna try and pull it apart in just a moment and see what the gallium has done to the ingot. Okay guys, I'm gonna zoom out a bit now. Now I'm gonna try, I'm gonna pick it up first. And there is a lot of gallium here on the table, so I think it's almost all the gallium, as you can see. Now I'm gonna try and pull that ingot apart and see if the gallium has eaten away all that material, so I can pull it apart. Okay guys, here we go. It's still quite firm.
Aluminum. I don't see
I'm gonna take a screwdriver and try to pull it apart with a screwdriver. So here is the screwdriver. I'm gonna put it in that crack.
I think it would probably be a better thing for a lot of people, at least half of them. I see a crack. I smoke. I met a girl once in real life. We called her Gal, short for gallium. Gallium. Convincing a woman for marriage is next to impossible. Simping ain't easy. Gallium bullets would wreck your gun. Oh yeah, you don't want to do that.
And try to pull it apart. Yeah, it's moving. Okay, guys. So, this is, I think it's quite an amazing result. Let me see. So here you can see, I'm gonna show it a bit closer. Here you can see one of those holes that I drilled. There is still some gallium on the ingot. Here is another hole. Here is another hole.
So many long-term relationships.
And this is the hole that I drilled, so it's not all the way through. And the gallium has eaten away the entire ingot so that it could be pulled apart. Okay, now this was not something that I expected. but I think this experiment has succeeded. If you like this video, guys, please consider to give this a thumbs up. And if you have any other ideas which I should do with the gallium in the next videos, yeah, let me know in the comments below. See you in the next video.
Randomly check the etymology of word. Yes, yeah. That's one of my used to be one of the things I like to do often. He lives in a van down by the river. I love the word etymology. Yeah. I used to do it all the time. I used to do it with people's names all the time. And a lot of words, reading the Bible and stuff, I would look up words etymology. You guys can't find good women because you're attracted to what you are. Oh, men fuck up genuine women and turn them into zombies. And vice versa. Broken people break people. Absolutely. But the problem is the attraction of women to bad men, and then those women turn into bad women. Yeah. Go to a monastery, bro. I love the word moist. If you don't bounce back, you go hungry. Shots fired. Okay, let's see. Yeah, gallium versus an aluminum lock. Yeah, it's definitely bad for you. The men in this room scare women away, I think, especially me. I attract them. And just the easiest way to attract them is tell them no. 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 Okay, let's see. I don't. What up, Vishal? Rich, we haven't bashed college in a long time. What do you mean? I did the other day. Harry men are attractive. You can't have my money. Oh, to women. I thought you were talking about. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna watch some of these.
Hey buddies, today we're watching a lineup of idiots at work. That show what happens when common sense takes a day off. Buckle up and get ready for the craziest moments of the week.
Cuidado, Fer, cuidado!
Oh my God!
This guy turned the backyard into a low-budget monster truck show.
Oh, jeez. People attract.
Someone is about to get a lesson about instant karma.
To each your own. You don't have to be good looking to pull. You can make them giggle. You can make the ant jiggle. I agree. Check out the entomology place. Yeah, no, I could look at some. Hi, Professor. What up, Abdul? My exam will be right after next 2 hours of advice. Waking up early, brother. That's my forte, but I'm good looking. Women can have a sense. Women can sense a desperate man for miles. Yep. Place name with a horse, of course. You guys can always practice meditations in the morning, but never blame women for being losers. That aspect. As soon as you stop chasing, they come flocking. I agree. Women are not some sort of magical creatures with superpowers. Yeah, their superpower goes away the older you get. Ability to shoulder to cry on works too. Guess who cleaned up their mess? Hey, what up? Elliot, freaking DJ VR, you cleaned up your channel? Good. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, what are we looking up? All right, what's the first place? Give me a town. Baltimore. Etymology of Baltimore. Baltimore is an Anglicization of Baltimore, meaning town of the big house in Irish. There you go. That's spoiling woman. It's okay. But don't be mad if it spells when you lose count. It was dirty. This channel was dirty. Etymology of forehead. The word forehead literally comes from two terms, forefront and heford, meaning head, together to compound to the front part of the head. You miss basketball? All right, we're going to get this amount of thought. Go play basketball. Oops. Somebody's going to be pissed. The name Washington is English locational surname that ultimately derives from the Old English place Horosingdunium. It translates the settlement of a house of Hosea, combining the personal name Hosea, Old Saxon chieftain, with suffixes meaning belonging to and homestead or estate. The etymology and history of the name unfolds across specific milestones. English roots. The name traces back to a town in Tyne and Ware, historically Durham, in northeast England. Records show it was spelled Washindun in 1096. Wow. Man, I'm seriously contemplating buying a cigar right now. Basketball is like $20. Government equals control of mind. I dare you to donate more money. Hey, dare accepted. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, ND. Practice the method or meditate. I'm currently studying for post-exams. I miss your ex because you don't feel full on your own, maybe, Necro. Oh, damn. Lonesome Valley. All right, let's see. Washington government. All right. Traces back to steering a ship. Greek words begin with the verb kybernen, pilot or steer a ship. Latin, gubernar, which means to guide, direct, or govern. Old French, gouvernement, which means control, direct, or administer. Middle English, by the late 14th century, adopted the English as government. Heavily documented in early English literature as works of Godfrey Chaucer. Yeah, boy. Yeah, it happens too, brother. You gotta fill your time up with stuff. Now I dare you to donate, Moo Cow. How about Birchmate? Parasite. Oh, I spelled parasite wrong. Traces back to the ancient word parasitos, which literally means one who eats at the table of another. Men are great offline companions, but not online. Yeah, I agree. That happens too. Moo Cow, donate. Hold on, let me set up another goal. And let me get my love and my like. Bam. Goal. That's okay. Start another goal. One super chat. All the colors. Well, I'll do it for 45 minutes. Support your boy. Ah. You should have let me head start first, Space Cow. But thank you, brother. ND is a Danish freak. I'm not bored all the time. Sexual needs. I miss her. She was my college junior. Axe the body spray. And she's a doctor. Bam. Who's Whose picture is that? Hey, we can go band for band. Mook. I mean no harm. I've been lonely and not so lonely trying to help. Bam, ND, wiping the floor with the mook out. Axes to chop wood. Hey, bam. Dude, just regulate your nervous system and you'll have lots of women doing anything. Oh, moo cow, come flying
I guess you
in.
forgot how to use the handbrakes at that moment.
Thank you, ND, brother. Oh, let me make sure I hit this too while I'm here. Bam. Bam. We can go bad for bad. Ashley Home sells store. They sell axes at Ashley Home. Bum, 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 bum. Do you recall why DKK has little to no value?
In order to really get this going, you need a big lag. You have a big lag on you? I said a big lag. And yeah. And
oh, damn.
I guess we're making...
I want to see that again. Dumbest of freaks in college have women. I have plenty of relationships. I prefer intelligent, badass women. Hard to find. Yep, hard to find. Hard to find. And hard to keep. All my exes were great. Beauty with brains.
I said a big lag. And yeah. And
all right, watch this. Watch this. So the frickin' tire was full of Fix-A-Flat. Intellectual, make me up. I know, these guys are going freaking crazy.
I guess we're making clouds today.
Those pallets survived the warehouse longer than the forklift driver's confidence.
Kidding me. He's trying to. Joke's on you, Luke. Richard sends all my donations back to me. I only donate to manipulate others to donate. Me and Richard fooled you. Ha ha ha. Ha.
Yeah,
Both my exes are intellectually gifted and yet they're psychos and yet intelligence is overrated. I think intelligence is overrated too. I want to be the smart one in the relationship. I don't need my intellectual equal. Absolutely not. I want somebody that can do things I can't do. I have gaps I need filled in the reason I am single. There you go. No, it's not. That's a problem. A relationship isn't two of the same people. A relationship is a coming together of making of something bigger and better. 26 and figuring it out. You got a couple years, buddy. Necro's a single monk. It's all right. I'm a single monk too.
Everything keeps getting worse.
Kids. Symbiosis, right. Read your Bibles, people. Two become one. You got and you don't want to have two of the same thing. Oh, this is why I need regulated nervous system so you can have a good person with you. Uh-oh. You like single life for you too, brother? Aries? I'm not training myself for that monk thing. We can try. You gotta do something.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Whoa!
Whatever you're doing, don't have too much on your plate.
Aries chose peace.
Oh. Do a little demonstration for you. Okay, line it up.
Damn, he put the freaking
We
butt
literally
cheeks
like
on
5
it.
seconds to fix this thing.
The same woman of 23 years. I couldn't imagine dating these days. Okay, I just imagined it. Yeah, dude. Listen, a lot of it has to do with the advent of dating apps, and not the women that are looking to date on dating apps, but there's a lot of straight up OnlyFans and prostitution that they're using dating apps to find people. So they put hot pictures of themselves up, and then they talk to you to get you all worked up on the apps, and then they say, hey, I have an OnlyFans. And then people are all worked up and they say, I want to see her naked. So they spend the money, and it's a huge scam. Wake up, wake up. I'm tired of you ducking me. I want my money. 23 years. Yeah, 23 is good years. Yeah, a lot. And a lot is happening with what's going on here in America. You've got a lot of people that are sent here to do that. You've got girls that are being sent here. Guys that come here, pimps from other countries that come here and set shit up. And it's a way a lot of the money is made. I've never used a dating app for date. I've never dated. I've definitely been on lots of dating apps, like through people's phones and stuff like that, and doing security work, and it's freaking crazy. Dating apps are lit. No, it's complete. I've never been on OnlyFans, but from what I've seen, it's just by googling things like that. It's straight up whatever you want. It can be backdoor. Like you ask the girl what you want. You send, and then they'll say, you say, I want to see a guy doing this to you. And they say, okay, this is $75, $100, $500, whatever. And then if you pay it, they record you a video. So you're talking to the chick, or sometimes you're talking to their pimp and you think you're talking to a woman or a management company and whatnot. And that's why it's so crazy. People are sending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So it ain't soft. It's whatever you ask for that they're willing to do. And the thing is, it always goes up. Like almost every single girl, when she joins porn, she says no anal. And then you know when her numbers start dropping off, she's like, maybe I'll try it, you know. People are saying they're working on themselves. They ask you what you do and they go blank. Yeah, they're not working. Yeah, they're liars. Yeah. No one. And when they say they know their value, they're lying. They don't know their value. They got no idea what their value is. Where's my girlfriend? OnlyFans, absolutely hardcore. And a lot of bots. Need some loving. Working for myself is being able to achieve my goals. First, meditation is a choice, not a necessity. Relationship for me right now. It's, yeah. You got to make sure that you do, in the dating culture now. You're going to lose your money and you're going to lose your time. You're not losing time. Time is the thing you can't get back. So it's better to not waste it. I'm not talking about, I could have been with another girl. No, you could have been doing something else until you're in a position that you can have a good relationship that you want to marry and have kids out of. If you don't want to marry and don't have kids, then you're just in the freaking sex trade. If you're not going to have kids, it's not, or at least want a marriage. I'm talking about for the younger kids, not for the old people like me. I'm talking about people, if you're in your 20s and 30s and you're going to be dating someone that you have no interest in even marrying, or if they get pregnant that you're willing to have kids with, you're wasting a lot of time and money. You might as well build something with that and then find somebody in those areas that you're doing to have a relationship with. All right, Cheryl. Material goals, but no spiritual work at all. Yeah, right. Even women around you will appreciate your hard work and more than your spiritual shit. Well, maybe the women you're around, Necromancer. Your name's Necromancer. I'm convinced hooking up with females in some female company helps, but mental health, don't shimp. Then they're crying about having a good woman. Oh, well, there you go. You might want to work on that first, brother. Let's say. But you're still young. I was an atheist when I was your age too.
And Pan, they be burning everything. You see this fucking pie of Papa John's pizza with Andy Caps, cheddar fries in a bag? Fuck this pie of Papa John's pizza with Andy Caps, cheddar fries in a bag.
This dude's going to jail. Your exes did.
You see this fucking September 2nd fucking mayonnaise that was sitting in my fridge? I took a lick and now I feel like I got diarrhea? Fuck this fucking September 2nd mayonnaise that was sitting in my fridge and I took a lick and now I feel like I got a fucking diarrhea.
This dude's nuts, dude. This dude's crazy. Jeez.
Looks like he's carrying the whole world on his little machine.
That's a lot of watermelons. That's a lot of watermelon. That's a big ass bird.
Take this video as a lesson. Be careful with where you park your car.
No kink in the hose either.
Look how filled that thing is. That's bricks. That's bricks. Jeez. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. My dad told me
This guy had quite a lot of dust for breakfast
when I was young and growing up, and I would leave food on my plate. He'd be like, "That's value," and I didn't understand it until I was a little bit older. But then I understood. Oh, that's value. You're throwing things away if you don't value it. I'm eating around the mold. yeah. He does the same thing. If there's mold on the cheese, he cuts the cheese off. Dude, regulate your nervous system. You have all the girls you want. The good ones. Stop. Get yourself somewhere where they come to you.
Day.
Oh, to the neck low. Look at this freaking guy. You should stop. Oh, I missed it. What was it? Oh. That's a lot of freaking dust.
That's not horsepower anymore. That's hot power.
Where are you going? Those are eggs. That's why eggs are so expensive. Explain regulations of the nervous system. When you have been in a situation where you had to eat bread with plain pasta or ketchup to survive, you look at food a different way. Yeah, and you don't want to be there anymore, right? You want to make sure that you get the nutrients that you need. Maybe others learn something new. Yeah, explain it. Regulated parasympathetic sympathetic ratio, high energy without anxiety. That's important. Yeah, you don't want, you want low anxiety, but for some reason, but Monk's addicted to anxiety. Monk loves his stuff. He's like, look, I just took freaking 300 atropine versus pilocarp. He's talking about using techniques to train your nervous system. What techniques? Typically, he talks about carbon dioxide breathing techniques. If you're broken inside, you're magnet. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Absolutely. Not anxious? Well, that's good. Definitely stay away from anxiety.
Someone failed to reverse his car, but at least he managed not to cause any injuries.
Jeez, how long you hammering on the freaking gas? Dumbass. Never made a wise man. He couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. I love anxiety because I don't feel much of it.
You can see the exact moment he realized the ladder was.
Mukau, if you were me stranded on an island, you're getting cooked. I should go track with it. Yeah. Don't waste your time. Yeah.
No longer part of the plan.
There's a lot of other stuff to do.
A real big oopsie. Hello, doggy.
A lot of times we perceive our value for how many women or what women we can get, And you can do that when you want to create something with that woman, but not to show off to other people. That's when it becomes a problem. Let's go. I want to live a monk life. Yeah, live it, do it. Monks do it. I do it. He was on the phone. The necromancer.
Huh? Talk about the worst teamwork you've ever seen.
Jeez.
นี่สัตว์มึงดูไว้เชฟตัวจริงทำกันอย่างนี้
Oh, damn.
You gotta be kidding me. Dude, overloading is like the number one thing to do. Love the life you live the life you love.
You should never mess with people who made your food.
Shaolin temples were destroyed 400. No, you're alright, Necro. He's just playing around with you. Yeah, but Shaolin. You can learn it. Learn it. Live the life you live the love you life.
Nope.
And life the way you.
No.
You can still learn the ways.
This must be his last day at the gym.
It's best to not try to follow the modern performative types. Oh.
Oh, goddamn! Oh.
Why need safety equipment when you're in a pair?
I visited a monastery. I visited a monastery. I love them. Another religious black peace. Yeah, right. Find one that is peace. And not the liars that say that their religions are peace. Find one that actually promotes peace to everybody, even to your enemies. Entomology. All right, let's look it up. All right, let's see. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. The earliest documented roots of medieval word kunte, which goes back 13th century, street names, red light district, Gropekunt Lane in London in 1230. It was originally a standard anatomical term for the female genitalia before. Wow. No way. No, I did not know that. So it was actually the term for female genitalia before it became a taboo. I might have to ask catch it. Oh, Jesus Chrysler. Richard has become very careful about reading comments after I made it the N-word on stream. Yep. Eating longer. What up, Rodolfo? Oops. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Dang it. Yeah, it looks like it. Google says it's all right. I have a few sick word friends there for good people. Yeah, go for it. Where am I at? Boom. My city's the majority Sikhs. All right, where am I at? History. Okay, here we go. Necro lives in India. Business-minded, the word is cheddar. That's the stereotype. Gotcha, that they're business-minded. Imagine using that as an argument against the feminists. I'd like to see it happen. Did you wash your...
The bridge looks totally trustworthy until this moment.
Punjabis, not all Punjabis are religious. Now he said Sikhs.
Oh my God!
One doze-off moment taught him an expensive lesson.
Like how only champagne can be made in Champagne, France. Fish burgers. Oh.
don't think he was trained how to use a forklift properly before working.
I'm never going to stack soap bottles with a forklift ever again. Cooter. What a freaking...
Seems that some people have been watching too many car drifts movies.
Damn, I would love to do that. He's having so much fun right now. Drop the soap. Yes, what up, John?
It occurs to me that forklifts are just shopping carts for people with dangerous confidence.
He's getting himself a cigar. I'd prefer that you didn't, Vishal. Not the soap, but I dropped the bottles a few times. I'm not very sturdy. People should use two soaps, one for body and back and one for the kitchen.
Oh my God!
No way! Uh-oh, somebody's pissed.
You better look around carefully before venting your anger on other people's car.
What are you doing? Don't do your head, dude.
This is how to give a lesson for those who have a fake luxurious life on social media.
14 degrees Celsius going out to buy a cigar. Mom, you're gonna get yourself sick. Uh-oh, what I miss?
Le deseamos todas las bendiciones del mundo. Vaya con Dios.
Jesus.
This guy might have underestimated the mattress's weight.
Pero de mi gente, se ve primero. Anda, diablo, no, Fred.
Thanks. Everybody's trying to help each other out.
Meu Deus.
There you go. Runaway truck stop. Give me a virtual hug. If you use a bar of soap, is the soap self-cleaning? If you use a bar of soap, is the bar of soap self-cleaning so multiple people can use the same bar, or should each person use their own bar? Ah, virtual hug. Stop grabbing my butt. I prefer not to use other people's soap.
Little stupid fuckers out there just sitting there on their ass eating. I don't know what the fuck they're eating or anything else, but all they think they could just take over. Son of a bitch.
They're kind of cute.
Cute hell, I hate them little
Andy is
bastards.
very
You sit out there
familiar with the
trying
taste
to
of
smoke
soap.
a cigarette and them damn things are going on and they shit all over the fucking place. I have to clean my chair out about every time I go out. They come over and shit in it.
Aww, what the hell?
Freaking wackadoo. Wash your guys' mouth out with soap. Oh, man.
He saw the freshly cemented road and challenged himself.
Dumbass. Oh, that's gonna be really bad.
Bruh.
My cat scrolls. Yeah, my
And
cat
that was a
still
real
does,
gentleman's move.
On dish soap. Yeah, I've been
What's
in
big
jail.
laugh?
Yeah, DUI. When I moved down here, went to the bar, got hammered, and it was like, I want to say it was like January or February. It was very cold out. So when this guy was going to give me a ride home, and I went outside to wait for him, and he was waiting to pay his tab. So I started my car to stay warm, and then after about 5 more minutes, I was just like, all right, I'll leave. So I just left, And well, my daytime running lamps were on, so my headlights. I saw my headlights in the reflection of the window at the bar that I was pulling out of, but I didn't have my taillights on because my daytime running lamps were on. So I got pulled over for driving without taillights. I personally hate the squirrels. They dug up my bonsai soil, ruins the bark. Bastard squirrels. Yeah, I hate them getting into my bird feeders. He's going to get towed and got out of jail. Be playing in the road, towed in the road. No, I didn't go to prison. Body wash or soap bars. I prefer soap bars. If when I use soap for my butthole and my armpits, yeah, I use soap bar on a wash rag. Harrison, Book of Medicine still haunts me. Keep ringing my doorbell.
This driver ran a red light and found out the hard way it was a bad...
Harrison, Book of Medicine. $22nd edition, $245. Freaking crazy. $1,999. Such a freaking wackadoo. Richard, you should study medical books, to be honest. I've studied lots. So how I got started getting interested in medicine is I would help people study for their exams. So I would read their books and that's when I was first started, when I was working as a waiter. And so one of the waitresses was studying for her exams. And so I would read through the books. And then as we were walking through, we would come cross each other's paths in the a restaurant. And I would question her things, stuff like that. But yeah, I did much. I did much reading. And I also took first aid and CPR and took a lot of medicine classes also. Coconut oil, lemon mint makes you natural cleaner. Yeah, lemon oil, coconut oil, both very good. So oils dissolve other oils and oil-based stuff. So having an oil to wash to clean yourself is actually good. The sebum and stuff that is on your skin, the skin grease, you can wash it away. Not with water. Water will just sit on top of it. But yeah, with an oil. The machete. You have for the books. Ivan Bailey loves sugar. Surgery. I can't read. Almost became a surgeon. Monk. Monk's gonna cut it up.
Bad idea.
No way. What an idiot. You gotta be kidding me. What a moron. Oh, you went to medical school. Go, good, Monk. I took an aptitude test.
If you ever find yourself stuck and have no way out, just remember this guy.
Oh my God!
Passed first and then school and dropped it.
He thought he was fast enough, but clearly there was someone much faster.
I guess that's why you get out. Space count.
Not gonna be happy about this, but I got a tattoo.
You know, people in our family don't get tattoos.
Do you want to see it?
What?
Yeah.
You got John Pork tattooed on your back? Have you lost your mind? Oh, Jack, you're an idiot. I hope this is one of those kinds.
School is awesome. You got to be freaking smart for that. Yeah, no, it takes a lot of freaking knowledge.
Then I could get the loofah and just scrub it off your back. It's permanent?
Yes.
Freaking wackadoos.
We all have that one idiotic colleague
Não, caralho. Pega a visão desse cabrão, rapaz.
Would you return last time you? Do you recall last time you returned? Just
So we've been
a couple
looking
minutes
for a
ago.
daycare for kids. I think we found it. This is gonna be it right here. The Terror of Demons Academy.
The Terror of Demons Academy.
The bridge was quite high, but this truck's confidence was way much higher.
You gotta be kidding me. Just 20 minutes ago. He's making sure we're getting our urinations on time.
Here's one typical example of nonviolent revenge.
Huh?
Props to anybody that made it to medical school. That'd be nice.
I'll kill you.
Oh, what did I do with it? Oops. All right, the word nice has undergone drastic transformation, shifting from an insulting label meaning ignorant to casual compliment. It traces back to Nicias, which is means ignorant or unaware, foolish, stupid, or clumsy. Wow. Study all day long, all night, all night. I'm glad you dropped out to be a monk.
Like an ocean.
I'm a nice guy, they say. Good.
Have you ever looked at someone and thought, what's inside their head?
Laway. Di pa ke? Pata na kis pahancho de ki nazar lag gayi. Awas ke kaya agarra
I wonder how, like what, I have no idea what like a 3 by 6 foot sheet of glass, like 1/2 inch thick, even costs. Probably got to be a couple $100 easy. I think the guys break it a lot. I dropped it to be a monk. He didn't drop it to be a monk. He dropped it because he was rich.
He thought that snatching a chain from a jewelry store would be easy, but karma had other plans.
I don't summon dead bodies either. I remember taking 8th grade. I remember taking 8th grade math and community college for a couple hours. Our brain melted.
Feels like the whole neighborhood would be covered in smoke for a whole day.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the? Man, get your song, boy. Get your goddamn.
This gender reveal party went totally wrong.
Come on, mate. What's the name of this road? You can't park there, sir. I know I can't park.
Jeez. No way.
And yeah, that's how instant karma works.
You like maths?
Huh?
Maths.
Tell me you have a bad day at work without actually telling me.
Bruh.
Even the motorcycle looks embarrassed for him. How about considering other sports instead of golf? Looks like someone just baptized himself.
Going on, people, happy Tuesday, just like that.
I had to drop maths when I saw integration and difference. I suck at freaking calculus. I used to be my favorite until they started to do the alphabet on it. You don't like optics and fluid? I'm alright with fluid mechanics, but vectors are definitely rough. They all cap. Organic chemistry is the subject I hate. I like organic chemistry. I do math that I need to do, but I'm definitely not a fan of math in classes. Jeez.
Inside the freight yard with long haul driver Rick Dalton. Rick, what do you think about truck drivers who use drugs to stay awake?
Look, most of us just try to make a living, all right? Sometimes nights are long, roads are empty. Folks do what they got to do to keep the wheels turning. It's not about partying. It's about getting that load from Omaha to Tucson.
We're live outside the freight.
Monk. Organic over inorganic. Hippocrates is like, hey, we all been there. He uses crystal math. Oh, what is your digit span? What's your digit span? Spanning my digits. I took your oaths. Oops. I like the idea of organic chemistry, but the habit of the whole is bond to bond. My super smart nephew could do calculus in high school while listening to headbanging music and even break a sweat. Yeah, some people have it, brother. I think it's freaking.
When the police appear out of nowhere.
I think it has something to do with like blood type. It's some people, dude. It's just absolutely crazy. Some people see that they see math like I see words. They like I can know what a sentence means, and they see it and know what the equation means. Doesn't say anything about destruction now. I miss Socrates. Or scaring the shit out of somebody. Yeah. That happens.
Where and give you a traffic rules lesson.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
There's nobody in it. Oh, he fell out.
Subscribe to the channel for a daily dose of laughter.
See, they see math like I see women. My brain is a quantum computer with a super ability. Abacus with hands is the thing. Oh no, yeah, I'm very familiar. Yeah. It like with no abacus, where they're just like sliding it in the air. Yeah, we'll look it up. Yeah. Yeah, they just have like an imaginary abacus.
Have you ever came across those videos in which students are moving their hands like this in air rapidly and wondered what are they doing and how are they calculating so fast? Well, I made a video on this topic which was on cheese and bob, known as finger mathematics, or as I call it, the kung fu mathematics, which you guys really loved.
Yeah,
it got over 20 lakh
that's
views. But there was a problem. A lot of you pointed out that on our fingers we can go up to 99 very easily, but after that the calculations are becoming so tough. They cannot represent numbers, their fingers are not bending properly, and it's very hard. And in those videos, those guys are doing it very easily. So is it that they practiced a lot, or is there some other secret, or are they doing something different? And the answer is yes. In those videos in which the students are moving their hands like this really fast, they are not doing cheese and bob, aka finger mathematics. They are doing something similar, which simply leads us to this thing, a soroban. What's this? It is a Japanese variant of an abacus, which is specifically used by people to do really fast calculations. So what those guys do in those videos is that they first learn this soroban.
Sort of. Cadaver smells like formalin.
It must be his first day at work.
I love rock and roll. What a bunch of wackadoos. We used to eat lunch next to one, a cadaver. Ugh, roast Sundays with roast Sunday. Oof.
Everyone's standing like the table signed a liability waiver.
No way. That looks brand new. Damn. I'm so hungry I could eat a cadaver. I like people from India, but I can't help laugh when I hear their
The
accents.
Camaro became a speed bump with leather seats.
I like it when you know people that are from India and they have very American accents, but then when they get into arguments with their family, they bust down into like the super like stereotypical English accent, Indian accent. I feel the brain, pistachio and mint ice cream, not chocolate on the spot for me. Wow, it's soft and squishy. Oops. Yeah, my brother used to eat mint chocolate chip all the time. Oops. Somebody screwed up. Why did you redeem?
The whole truck exploded into chaos, and the driver said, "Nice weather today."
I've never had it before, but I've seen it, yeah. I've never eaten it. Like the really thick, sticky, goopy.
At one moment, this dude forgot he was a married man.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I wonder why. It's a high fat, I'm sure. That's probably why it is. It's a high fat content. I hate when people do this. Just for a freaking video. I hate it. Taste it.
She had a wet and wild story on this safari trip.
Oh, you don't like it at all? Wow. I'm all right. I like butterscotch. Have you ever let one rip next by your neighbor's kid? Yeah, I'm sure. I do it all the time. Turkish ice cream, man, raises your cortisol first, the dog for you sugar. No way. Holy shit. No way. Damn. Here at midnight in Brazil, I'm leaving the house with the machete to buy the cigar.
What in the hell, man? What in the hell?
Damn. No way.
This isn't a vehicle anymore. It's a rolling thunderstorm.
That's a thing. 4 superchargers.
I just need
my childhood favorite super.
That excavator is one wrong wiggle away from becoming street decoration.
Worth it. Rio de Janeiro.
Turns out people also create aquatic yoga lessons. The workers made a driveway, the dog made it art.
En ese momento, él sintió el verdadero terror.
Oh yeah, the crime capital of Rio de Janeiro. I used to fight people.
This buddy must be a big fan of Cybertruck. They really learn how to dive in the hard way.
Oh no.
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah, I'll do a long stream tomorrow. Yeah, I'll start a little bit earlier too, and I'll go a little bit later. You ghost hunting. What up, dead anarchist? No, we're just getting some laughs in before the end of the night. How you doing? Reason for criminal activity. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of criminal activity in Rio. I've watched some videos. A lot of graffiti. Amsterdam. Same type of vibe. I'm gonna stay up all night gaming tomorrow. All right, brother.
Ready?
That's what I'm talking about.
You ready for the backflip?
You guys don't need
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night here. I'm gonna call it a night here too. My butt cheeks are tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. I got the painting to finish tomorrow, and I gotta finish the studio floors tomorrow. So I got a lot of work to do, a lot of ladder work. Do you recall the last time you went to an Irish pub? 20 years. I don't think I've even been to an Irish pub since I've been in Atlanta. So back when I was in Baltimore. Take the machete. Night, monk. All right, everybody. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Oh, I'm not a fan of Irish whiskey, man. Whew, I can still smell it. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.